So about those launch dates, I think that may delay a bit.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, roll, Atlantic.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SE off. Bring in SE off. Off. It's orange!
Orange 25! Oh my god!
Decollage. Look at this! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
There's nothing to be igniting flare, correct? Ship 36 just blew up.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Jack, you're muted.
Hello from Starbase, Texas, where SpaceX is attempting to launch Starship for the 10th time. This is the second attempt at launch. Yesterday's attempt was scrubbed. However, things hopefully will go better today. I'm Jack Beyer for NSF, and we will be bringing you the very best coverage that we possibly can of today's launch attempt. Joining me on commentary, we have Adrian Bile. Adrian, how are you doing it?
Doing absolutely fantastic. Let's hope today the vibes and everything are good. Starship launches, and it's better informed than Jack's mute button.
I'm so mad at you right now. Also joining us on chat is Alex. Alex, how are you doing today?
Oh wait, I'm not muted. I'm actually
Is Alex
not
also
muted.
muted?
No, I'm not
Wow,
muted. I'm
thanks.
actually
Yeah, thank
not
you.
muted. I'm just
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah. I was just making fun of that. But yeah, I'm doing great. I just hope less than 3 hours. You can see there our countdown clock. Less than 3 hours for launch, or at least to the opening of the window. We'll get to see when that launch actually happens.
Good deal. And also joining us for commentary at the start of the launch stream is Ryan Hayton. Ryan, how are you doing, bud?
Oh no, not that again.
Great. Awesome. Perfect.
Cool.
Well,
No,
Ryan,
Don't
chiming
worry.
in.
I'm just hoping that SpaceX gets some inspiration from you there, Jack, and fingers crossed they'll get it on the second attempt.
Wow. I have been thoroughly roasted at the start of the stream that a lot of people are going to watch, but you know what? That's fine because stuff is going to get learned today, and hopefully Starship will get off the ground, and we'll get one step closer to putting boots back on the moon and eventually on Mars. But, of course, this is the second attempt at Starship Launch 10 because of what happened yesterday. Alex, what happened yesterday? I've been running around setting up cameras. I haven't exactly had time to pick over all the minutia of everything that's gone on since the attempt was stopped. But for people out there and for myself, what's the state of play?
Well, you mentioned that you were sort of running around and everything. Fun fact, it caught me as I was taking a little break before we went into the thick of the countdown there when they scrubbed yesterday. But there we can see a little clip of sort of a summary of what happened. And so yesterday, as they were loading propellant on the ship, they seem to have had a little of a leak on the liquid oxygen line on the ship quick disconnect arm. So they went overnight, they switched that pipe. Like it was not even just fixing the leak, they just literally replaced the entire pipe and put a new one. There we can see them taking that out overnight. It went into the morning and went, up until, you can see there that time, 6:30 a.m. Central, more or less, when they installed the new pipe. Then they went through the countdown this morning as well. They were doing checkouts. It seems like now that is solved for the moment. Of course, the true test will be when they start loading again propellants on the ship later today. Hopefully in about 2 hours from now, that should be when that propellant load should start on the ship. So we'll see what happens.
Very exciting. Also, at the start of the stream, I'd be remiss if I did not thank production. Thank you to Kevin Michael Reed and Carson Phillips and Jay Keegan and everyone else that's working behind the scenes to make this happen, all the chat mods, everybody, all of the people that we have out in the field. It takes a village. It takes a small town, honestly, to get the stuff done that we do. So thank you to everybody on the team that has been hustling through the inclement weather and the challenges and whatnot. Also, I want to tell you out there in Chatland chat, if you have a question, you can at NSF, that's new, or you can at NASA Spaceflight in chat if you feel like typing more, and ask your question, and we'll see it pop up in some software we have running in the background. But I guess we should take a moment and talk about what we're seeing right here. We talked about what happened yesterday. So now, what's the state of play today? I'm seeing a lot of dark clouds, and for that, I think the best person to ask is no other than Ryan Caton. Ryan, what's going on with them there clouds I'm seeing?
Actually, at Starbase, it's been looking pretty good. If I just do some really good magic here, let's do this. Does it work? Oh my goodness, it works. So the green stuff, we don't really have to worry about it too much. This is more just kind of like moisture in the air, general particulates, things like that. The things that we're really concerned about are the yellows, the oranges, the reds. And as you can see, there's a few yellows, oranges, and reds. They're kind of forming over South Mexico here, forming over Brownsville, and have been pushing north. Now, in terms of the launch site itself, which is around in the middle of the map here, it's been looking pretty good. It's been a nice day. However, if we look a little bit further north, we can see the entrance of the channel into the port of Brownsville there. Just slightly further north of that is the Margaritaville Hotel, where Das and Jack currently are located, where they would have loved to be setting up some cameras, but as you can see, these red spots have been drifting north, and it's kind of it's kind of prevented that camera setup for the time being. So as things stand at the launch site, a little bit cloudy, a little bit of condensation, a little bit of moisture that's been floating around in the air. The delay so far has been more in setting up the camera equipment than setting up the rocket, because as we've been seeing in our stakeout stream over the last few hours, rocket has been looking okay ever since they did that work on the ship quick disconnect arm. So fingers crossed this stuff moves out of the way. But yeah, that's how the weather currently stands.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that update. Yeah, we'd love to be getting cameras set on the roof right now, but unfortunately not going to happen yet. But we have some time to go. You can see there is a clock in the top left corner of the screen, T-minus 2 hours, 47 minutes and change. And fueling doesn't start until when, Alex?
It should be at T-minus 53 minutes. That's when ship propellant load starts, at least according to the SpaceX website. That is, they have this timeline and all. And before that, we will have a go-no-go poll from the launch director out at Starbase, and so we'll see. Of course, we are not privy to any of that, internal discussions or anything like that, but usually SpaceX posts that kind of stuff on X, and we also have other indicators, visual indicators, that tells us whether they are proceeding all on time or not. So we'll use those as we advance here on the countdown, as we progress and take down all the milestones and everything that need to happen ahead of propellant load, and of course, ahead of launch.
Excellent. Well, one of the cool things about being here in person for launch is all of the different people that you meet. I've met so many cool people in the lead up to this launch and all of the launches, both at the Rocket Ranch Outpost and here at the Margaritaville. So a lot of people out there watching this might not know. I have these conversations multiple times a day, like what time is the window? Are they catching the booster? Where's the ship going? All of that sort of thing. So, Adrian, what is the plan for today? Should all things go happy? Go well? Words. What's the plan today, Adrian?
Absolutely. So the plan for today is, of course, first step, launch this thing. We are seeing booster 16 there, and also ship 37. Initially, this was the plan to be ship 36, but we all know that didn't went to plan, so ship 37 is the successor of ship 36 here on this flight 10. On the booster side, let's talk about the booster first. Yes, they will not go for a catch, so it's not like a surprise to anybody. There's no tower catch planned for today. The FAA license doesn't even include that option, so don't hope for anything of that. However, SpaceX has confirmed what they plan to do with this booster, and it's once again into the whole area of envelope and capability expansion. We know they already did on a previous flight these experiments where they have a very aggressive angle of attack. They run all kinds of booster experiments to really find the limits of the booster. And well, the last time they found that limit, they well very much exceeded it, to be fair. This time, they want to be a bit more careful on that side. In an optimal case, they want to go through still an aggressive angle of attack. And then, over the Gulf, simulate a bit of a backup landing burn. Because the capability they want to simulate is, what if one of these three Raptor center engines, which are of course crucial to land, doesn't work? So potentially ignite one of the middle engines, steer a bit with that, and basically perform some sort of backup landing. It's all kinds of experiments going on there to make sure they understand the booster, understand the capabilities, and for future flights have even more redundancy. On the ship side, and that's the big ticket item here, Jack. On the ship side, we are of course talking about things we have heard now for a few flights. We once again have Starlink simulators inside of ship 37. We have a potential Raptor relight again planned in space to test that capability. And of course, at the end, we have several heat shield experiments they want to reach finally with the Block 2 ships. Because the last time, yes, they got technically to re-entry, because technically they got there, but of course they lost attitude control before that, so they were not able to stabilize themselves, stop a rotation going on, and basically didn't really get to a point where they could run any meaningful re-entry experiments. So the main goal for this flight, booster side, is really reach re-entry, stable, get through it, and then hopefully perform at the end the flip and burn and have a soft splashdown.
Here we go. We can see
Hopefully.
some of those
Talking
shots
while
there. We can see some of those shots there of previous entries. It's always so cool.
That's really
This is, of course, for the booster.
It's really going to be a highlight for today's launch because, of course, there is no catch, and that is certainly a trait and really cool to see. But the profile for when the booster comes back and does this testing, I'm very excited to see. I don't know what a booster hovering over the Gulf and then falling into it is going to look like, but I'm very excited to find out. So we shall see.
It's I think it's 17 degrees angle of attack, if I'm not fully mistaken here.
Right.
Yeah.
That does sound right to me. I'm not positive, but that does sound right.
And that means 17 degrees offset to the direction of airflow. As Scott Manley explained that very great in our stream yesterday. But basically it means you're 17 degrees offset to the airflow direction, which of course means you can use the body of the booster as some sort of like lifting body. You can adjust your trajectory, you can have more cross-range capability. If they can go that way, that would include improve their ability to move that booster without Raptors needed. That can save propellant, but 17 degrees of angle of attack also puts a lot of stress on your booster, and if that stress is too much, well, you have a burning booster, or no longer a booster at all.
Yeah, it'll just shred, right? That's sort of what we saw on Flight 9. They hit that landing burn, and it was just like, bam, it shredded.
Yep.
Hey, Alex, we have some breaking news.
Yeah, I somewhat reacted to those news because we've got an official update from SpaceX that they are counting down to the Starship launch today, the 10th launch of Starship, and the weather is currently 55% favorable for launch. So the weather is a little bit better than yesterday. Yesterday, if you remember, they had a 45% chance of favorable conditions for weather. So now it's a little bit, it's 10% more. That's 55% now. Still sort of excuse me, the other way around, coin toss. I was going to say toy cause or whatever, but that was super weird. But yeah, it's still nearly 50-50 essentially, right? So we'll see if the weather indeed cooperates and, you know, it's on the 55% side rather than on the 45 of no-go, right? We've had recently some launches, especially with Falcon 9, where the weather was 90% favorable and then the 10% won and they didn't launch. And so we'll see. Let's hope for the best today.
Yeah, you know, hope for the best, expect the worst. That's sort of my my general operating procedure. You hope for the best, you expect the worst. Ryan, what's
already
your general
mocking me in
operating
chat.
procedure?
I don't know. Just be ready for everything, I guess. I think SpaceX is
a good
just
one.
doing
That's good.
anything but saying the weather is 50-50. Because yesterday they said it was 55-45. Yesterday they said it was 45-55. Today they're saying it's 55-45. I mean, come on, SpaceX. Just say it's 50-50. We all know the weather is 50-50. We don't actually know where the storms are going to be at the time of liftoff. Just say, we're looking at it. We might launch, we might not. You know, just... We need to wait and see. We can do all the forecasting in the world that we want to do, but as we saw with Crew 11, if a cloud rolls over the launch pad at T-minus 1 minute and 6 seconds, you're not going to space. So, yeah, it just matters at the time of launch if they can actually go. And with Starship, they can hold. So, fingers crossed.
And I mean,
Hey, it looks like we have a new camera feed in the top left there. That looks like a DY's camera feed. Do we have some BTS?
This is DY. It's live from the field for Starship's 10th test flight here. I am actually currently at NSF's River Lot, one of many locations NSF has around Starbase for providing all the sort of camera views that you get to see on streams like this. So, of course, we've got a big solar array. You can see the production site and the launch site there in the background. But if I turn over to the left, you'll see I am most definitely not alone here. We have the iconic Danger Van, which came to fame during the first test flight of Starship when it took a rather large chunk of debris. It has been living here at the River Lot for a while now. Up on these towers, we've got several of our cams, some aimed at production site, some aimed over at the launch site. We have Caesar here who's working on setting up the audio today for the stream. We've got a whole group of people. We've got Roger who's working on remote operation of cameras. We also have Justin here who does a lot of writing for the team. Over here we've got other photographers who we have welcomed out here for the launch. So we are getting closer and closer to liftoff today. It's a really exciting time. You know, every launch is special, and these Starship launches are even more so. I'm really looking forward to this one. This is a great place to be. I'll be heading back over to Outpost here shortly, but that's just right down the road here. This is a wonderful place to watch from, and with that, I think I will throw it back over to the studio.
Okay, that was really cool. Thank you,
Yes.
D, for taking the time out of your day and setup to give us that behind the scenes view. Like, these are things that I see on the day-to-day or that people on the team see on the day-to-day, but not necessarily people out there. Like, we don't normally get to see things like that. That Danger Van has basically been sitting there since Andy drove it there after Flight 1. And not a lot of people know it's there. Like, a lot of times people are like, oh, where's the River Lot? And I'm like, have you seen the van? And they're like, what van? I'm like, have you seen the van? Like, take a look next time you're driving in. But yeah, it's really cool. And the whole team is working their butts off. We actually, with your support, have been able to acquire different locations and properties around Starbase where we're able to have things like this River Lot right on the edge of the exclusion zone. Or our other sites where we have a variety of other cameras. I think next up we're going to take a look at the highway lot. Another tower over there and more cameras as well. Then further down Highway 4, closer to the launch site, but more up the beach away, we have
Which will be the view that you can see on the top left. That's from the north side.
Right.
And then the view
Right,
from
and
the
then
top
on
right
this
is from there.
would be the south side.
There you go. It's nice because
Exactly.
a lot of these sides, it's like you can see 3 of those sides.
Oh,
the
true,
views
yeah,
from
because
there.
the middle is river, right?
Yeah, the middle is river, exactly.
Huh.
So yeah, that's sort of the layout where we have each of our camera setups. And then there is also the danger lot where SpaceX allows us to put the danger trailer. That's where the van we were just talking about took its initial impact on Flight 1. And also SpaceX has the Dunes location as well. So that's sort of
And
the
this
state
view.
of play camera-wise. Yeah. And then this view here on the bottom is from the Margaritaville, South Padre Island, which is where I am and Das is, and we will be up on the roof for launch. So once again, thank you to them for hosting us and for allowing us to put our cameras up on the roof. Absolutely legendary of them. We've had stuff up there for basically ever. And it's really nice. You can wake up in your hotel room, look out the sliding glass door, which is huge, by the way, and see the launch site. Like, if you want to, you could just sit on your balcony and sip a margarita and watch the launch. You don't have to walk anywhere. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to wait 3 hours and try. Yesterday, I tried to go to Hopper House after the scrub to go hang out with Tim and just, like, hang out with the gang, have dinner. It took me like an hour and change just to get across the bridge. You don't want to deal with that? You stay here at the Marg. Anyway, I digress. It's a good view. Hey, look, it's a ship QD. What the heck, man? They had to replace a hose on that. Adrian, what did they do yesterday?
So
today,
the funny thing is, we didn't spot it in the initial launch stream, but in retrospect, after we know what they're replacing, we went back, looked at the footage, and the leak that they replaced was actually visible yesterday. We could see, like, there was a weird vent sideways coming from that ship QD, and suddenly the whole tank farm shut off. So what they had to do is replace a pipe, I guess, and replace a hose, which they did overnight. They absolutely crazily used the chopsticks and, like, attached improv crane, what is like that, to the chopsticks, and basically lifted it from there because they hadn't had a crane that is able to do this ready at the launch site, so they had to do it that way. And now imagine to have to do all of this, like replacing that, operating in a optimal manner, and then you do it on a time crunch. Because if they wouldn't have replaced this in time, we wouldn't be in a countdown here right now. Like, that is the critical part, of course. And they lifted it with a winch at the top of the tower. So kind of crazy work here from the teams. And we saw them working, like, all the way up until, like, 7 hours before launch here, before they fixed it.
Pretty wild. I mean, you have to figure that when you're in that position as an engineer or as a crew member, you are basically looking at the next 12 or, next number of hours, and everything has to go right. You have to get the thing attached properly. You have to torque the bolts right. Everything that has to be done to make this extremely critical launch hardware that is involved in, flowing volatile propellants that are cryogenic, mind you, into this rocket at extremely high rates of flow rates. It has to be done right, and yet they were able to do it. I can't imagine the level of stress on the folks that had to figure that out. That, like, props to the arm. I assume the QD arm is part of the tower team. Like, for real, anybody out there at SpaceX that may or may not be listening, like, good job. But especially, I think, tower and ground systems, I think, are the heroes of the day today. Whatever happens, just because,
it's also the team.
That was a remarkable thing.
It's also the team. I mean, they built the ship adapter thing. They modified the OLM just to be able to test Ship 37, right? So they probably already had a bunch of hardware in place. They probably have their own red team of sorts. and we saw a bunch of people up there on that quick disconnect arm. There were a few people in chat earlier, especially in the stakeout stream. They were concerned about the potential that some of them may not have slipped. I'm just gonna say it's very, very likely that these are complete different teams, and there's also different shifts as well. Some people work nights, some people work mornings and things like that. So just to make sure, these are different from the people that work at console for launch. They're not the same folks.
Absolutely wild. Like, SpaceX is firing on all cylinders here. Hopefully we can get this rocket in the air today. But yeah, I think we should take a moment and acknowledge people who are supporting what we do. Thank you so much. It's always hard to keep up on launch day, but Ninja Decimator got in right at the top. Wow, I blew it. Ninja Decimator.
Oh my God.
Got in right at the top. That shows you how tired I am. That alone right there, the one name I would never get wrong and forget the pew pew pews to. But anyway, yeah, Ninja came in with a $20 super. What's up, dude? They say they're watching from my road trip from Minneapolis to Omaha for work. Wish I could be on cams with you guys today. Go NSF, go Flight 10. Heck yeah. I can't think of a better piece of support to start off the stream and start off thanking y'all with. As a quick reminder, I know some people out there are like, oh, I wish I could support you guys, but I can't. Please don't ever be bummed. Please don't ever feel like you have to support us. We don't want you to feel that way. We just try to give you a variety of ways to do that. And, of course, the easiest one that you all know of, that you might even be rolling your eyes about me saying right now, is hitting the like button, because that really does matter. And it really does help our videos rise above the YouTube slop and AI nonsense. So if you like what you're seeing, hit the like button. We would appreciate it. It really does help. And it's free. Hey, you want to do some questions? How does that sound? You want to do some questies?
Yes.
Yeah, bring him on.
Oh, God. I said questies live on air.
Yeah, you
Ryan
said
didn't answer.
questies.
Ryan, are you ready for
did.
questies?
I mean, as soon as you said questies, and I quote, I mean, how am I meant to respond to such a word?
Yes. You're supposed to say yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Michael Burns is asking, any updates on Booster 12? Alex, have we had any updates on Booster 12? Did we get a Starship technical update yesterday that I completely stroked out through and did not even remember, and they told us what's up with Booster 12?
Well, yesterday we got an amazing update. We had a 20-second video of the inside of the Star Factory or something like that. No, I'm joking. I mean, we did get the video on Elon's X account, but it was, yeah. We don't know. We don't know about Booster 12. It went into the Mega Bay, I think it was a few weeks ago. And we think it's just getting prepared for potential displaying at some point in the future. One of the reasons why we think that is because they removed Booster 16, the booster for this flight, out of its workstation at the Mega Bay, and they put Booster 12 in instead, right? And you don't do that with a booster that you're about to scrap. Like, if you're going to scrap it, just do it there with no remorse, right?
Right.
And so
as they have done.
As they have done before. Yeah, they've done
Right.
that with no shame at all, even with flight-proven
In
ships
fact-
like SN-15.
Yeah, and just last week, they scrapped SN2, which wasn't ever actually a ship
Yeah.
or anything. It was just a test tank that they ended up using, I think, as a water tank. But point being, SpaceX does not really have a lot of nostalgia for older hardware. Anyway, sorry,
Yeah,
Alex,
I mean-
continue.
Sorry, just
No,
quickly
it's not-
chime me
go
in
ahead.
here.
No, go ahead.
Quickly chime me in, yeah, about nostalgia. So I will not feel any sorries for SN2. I don't care. That doesn't
I
matter.
kind of do.
Really?
I kind of...
Oh,
Okay, here's
come
the
on.
thing. Yeah, no,
Oh,
here's the thing.
I can
Not like
make you
super-
mad though.
Not... Oh, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it.
SN15.
Let me... Yeah, no, I'm furious. I'm furious about it. You know what I'm not furious about, though? Chris Laub. Holy cannoli. $500 super chat. Chris, that's absurd. How do I even thank you for that? They say, light this candle. I really hope, for everybody's sake out there, that SpaceX does light this candle today. But Chris, you've been watching the stream. You saw our rundown on all the properties. You've heard me say that it takes a small town to get everything done that we do. And it's not like, we all go off to our mansions at the end of a Starship launch. This support means that we can continue to do this. And it really matters to us because we all have the best job in the world and we love to do this job. So helping us out, continuing to be able to bring this coverage to everybody really absolutely means the world. So thank you so much, Chris Lab. Thank you to everybody who's supporting, like Noel J, gifting 50 Red Team memberships. That's 50 people that now have access to a whole bunch of sweet member perks. We have a membership program here as part of YouTube that they did not have otherwise. In fact, if your name just turned green in chat, that means you're now a gifted member, and you should thank the person that gifted it to you, and you should also check out the sweet perks that you have access to, including the members multiview, which is live right now for this stream. So members multiview cycles through a variety of cameras so you can look at all of the different feeds from all of those different sites we talked about a little while ago. And if you don't like my voice, which, hey, I don't either, I don't blame you, then it has sort of like an ambient audio situation. You don't have to listen to us. So yeah, that's the members multiview. If you got a gifted membership, you should be stoked because you probably have more than one screen. I mean, hey, it's 2025. Bring up the members multiview on an additional screen and check it out. Thank you, Noel, for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. That's an absolute bonkers number of gifts. Let's see. Let's do some more questions. Jedi Knight Todd is asking, are there restrictions on how high your camera towers are on your properties? Das, are there restrictions on how high our camera towers are on our properties?
They don't need to be too tall.
He says they don't need to be too tall, which is true. It's not like we're trying to build a 1,000-foot tower or anything. I wish. Interesting question, though. Keep them coming. What? Well,
we're not trying.
Don't leak. Don't leak. What are you, Chris B?
We are making like a very stupid arms race of it, like by building higher than SpaceX Tower and like constantly trying to draft them by like 2 centimeters.
Next up, we're gonna have the NSF skyscraper.
That would be amazing. And then we can get an NSF blimp, and then the blimp can dock to the skyscraper. And then the blimp
everything.
Heck yeah. Yeah. This would be amazing.
And where are we going with this? So we then, so far what I learned from the story is we have a skyscraper and we have a blimp.
Yes.
What are we doing exactly?
Yes.
Like, do we just have that, or is there like a plan?
Oh, the blimp would be a perfect camera platform. Are you kidding me? So I have shot from small aircraft, I've shot from business jets, and I've shot from helicopters. I have never shot from a blimp, although, hey, Goodyear blimps, if you're out there, hi. I like dirigibles and blimps and airships, and I will use the correct terminology. Anyway, a blimp would be a good camera platform because it's stable and steady, and you have room. Like sometimes when we're doing the flyovers here in Starbase, which if you didn't know is a thing that we do periodically, also on the Cape as well to keep track of everything that's going on. When we do those flyovers, like I'm in a small plane, usually a Cessna 150 or a 172, and I'm kind of cramped. But like an airship, that would be amazing. Anyway, we're going down the blimp rabbit hole. I did not mean to do that.
Dangerous rabbit hole.
You mean the blimp hole?
Yes, that's right. It goes in the blimp hole. Peter Iyer is asking, any news regarding the tech talk? So obviously it didn't happen yesterday, but did we get any additional like snippets or scraps? I saw the one tweet that he posted, saying Starship is 9 meters in diameter. Cool. Technical. The views inside the factory were really beautiful. Like, holy cow, to see all those barrels. But has anyone missed? Like, I have not been on social media. Is there any other Adrian news in that respect?
There's no other Adrian news in that respect. It's the answer is no. We got that. We got that one video from the Star Factory. I'm not sure if that is a replacement of it. That's it. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, we get some new. No, you're fine. Hopefully, we'll get some news later on. Schrodinger's cat is asking or saying, seeing the worker on the SQD earlier, was really impressive. I wonder how high the ship QD arm is. Alex, this sounds like an Alex question if I've ever heard one. Alex, do we know how high on the tower the ship QD arm is?
I do not know, but I can estimate it because you've got the OLM itself. It's usually... So where the booster sits, it's actually from the ground about 16 meters. The top deck is roughly 18 meters, but the booster is sort of a little bit under it. So you've got maybe 16 meters plus the 71, 72 until the end of the hot staging ring. That's usually where the quick disconnect are, and then goes up with a... So yeah, it's probably like 80 something meters, 90 meters or so from the ground. Yeah, it's very high up.
270 feet, 90 meters, right? Maybe?
Let me Google
Maybe?
that.
Sounds right.
Yeah, around
pretty high off the
300
ground.
feet. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it's really wild when you see humans, like the classic human for scale. But it is one of the only ways to try and wrap your head around how Starship is so massive and how many people they're going to be able to fit on it. I mean, Ryan, you remember back in the day when maybe it was even an Elon tweet or maybe it was during a presentation that we actually did get helicopter for range safeties getting ready to take off there. That's cool. But you remember when, the number we got was 100 people on Starship? Does that seem plausible to you? I mean, you've seen Starship in person. You've seen people next to it. Does that seem plausible to you, of a number?
One thing that a technical update would be really nice on is some kind of how will humans fly on Starship thing, because Elon loves talking about how we're going to be flying to Mars and creating a city on Mars and becoming a multiplanetary species, but how are you actually going to do that? You have the rocket. How are people going to live on the rocket? So that's one of the things which would be wonderful to see, because I think 100 people, yeah, they could fit in Starship, but is it going to be comfortable? Are they going to be in, first class, fully reclined seating? Are they going to be, squished in some sort of budget airline configuration?
It's economy.
You know, like the Japanese capsule hotels where it's just like a tube. Yeah. I don't care. Put
You
me in a
joke
tube.
about
I'll
that.
ride a Starship. I really don't care, and that would be safe, right? Because you're going to be floating in 0G. You don't necessarily want to have a big room where you can float into the middle of the room, and suddenly you have no way of getting anywhere in the room.
Yeah, you joke about that, Jack,
unless,
but
I guess,
actually that's how they sleep on the ISS. They have these little sort of boxy
pouches,
quarters. Yeah. And they have their own pouch thing where they go in and then they sleep there. In front of them there's a laptop or something where they can check out in the morning emails and whatnot. And that's all they have, because you're in space. What you need is a big living room and things like that. Your room where you sleep, it's just this little thing, and that's it, right? You don't need your own personal space, huge thing. Maybe in far away future we will be a lot different, right? It might be closer to like a boat or something like that, right? But we'll see. That's essentially, and there's also the matter that we have seen prototypes of SpaceX's living quarters, if you will, for sleeping and things like that. And it's very similar to what they have on the ISS, just, SpaceX style, of course, because they have their own static and things like that. Just a big box. You just open, it's like a slide door that you go in, and you can, get in your own bed and whatnot. There's some pictures, way old pictures, I think from Mary or Nick from back in the day, of them having been seen at Starbase, and they are probably also on that HLS simulator.
Yeah, that would make sense. Man, I really hope we do get a technical update soon, and it involves some sort of crewed Starship information. I mean, one of the things, I was listening into the Stakeout stream a little bit earlier, and you guys were talking about the windows, or they were talking about the windows that may or may not be on a crewed Starship eventually someday. I am of the opinion that a spacecraft needs windows. I frankly don't necessarily care how many or how big or where, but ultimately, do not come to me as a potential consumer of spaceflight. No, but I don't know. Don't come to me as a spaceflight enthusiast and say our spacecraft doesn't have windows. You're gonna look at a screen. I don't like that. Hey, Pope Vent, Adrian or Alex, what does this mean? I'm sorry, Adrian, not for you, for Alex.
Yeah, well, I will say, oh, this is a start. No, it's not a start because they have already done this for a while. They already picked it up when it started on the stakeout stream. The stakies, if you will, caught it. We're the launchies. We're in the launch stream here. So yeah, they did that, and they were able to start that sort of chill down of the tank farm. And it's continuing now. You know, sometimes, especially for launches, it seems like they do not keep the Pope vent going all the way, but they just sort of start and then they stop for a bit and then they continue. For testing, it goes off all the time for whatever reason. The behavior is a little bit different compared with launch and testing. But this is good news. They're continuing that chill down of the tank farm. They're preparing all of the ground systems for the start of propellant load. Again, it's still an hour and a half away from that, but this is that preparation. The tank farm will become a lot more active as we count down. Then they're going to be pumping that propellant from the ground systems out to the pad. They're going to chill down all of those lines, those transfer lines from the tank farm to the pad. We're going to see the OLM and the tower vent coming up. So don't fret. We're going to have all of that. Those two vents should be coming up in around 50 minutes from now. And then a few minutes later, like 30 minutes or so after that, we're going to have the propellant load starting. So roughly an hour and a half to that, but, you know, good start. Or I said good continuation. As I said, the stakeout stream already caught the start of the Pope vent earlier. It's just that, you know, it's sometimes, as I said, during launch preparations, they seem to turn it down and then turn it on again later. But, you know, this is that second time that's starting.
Yep, excellent. All right, so I just want to go back really quick to what we were talking about. Adrian, you seemed like you were agreeing with me. Screen versus window. Screen is no good. Do you agree or do you disagree?
I think in general, long-term spaceflight needs some things that make it more pleasant because, yes, it's cool to be in space, but there's also definitely, we are right now very space limited in space, which is kind of funny sentence, which means that having certain cool things to hype up your day, I feel like are very important for the like long-term mental health of a crew. And I think watching out and seeing space is certainly a very important factor that I think would be very cool, at least for my personal preference. I really think also the potential that Starship gives more space to crews is very important, a very important factor for long-time crew travel, because there are studies that reveal that humans need their own personal space, and that is a significant boost of mental health. So I think if you want to enable long-term space travel and like a sustaining civilization, even potentially in space, getting more area, more room up there can be a significant factor as well. That Starship size would enable.
Stay out of my personal space. Stay out of my personal space. Yeah, I would agree. And, you know, maybe big windows incur a huge mass penalty, but it's one of those things that is like a quality of life thing, like you're saying, Adrian. And I don't think the mental health aspect of long-term space travel is really thought about or talked about enough. And, you know, imagine, if you will, we are incredibly fortunate and you get to wake up on a spacecraft, perhaps orbiting the moon, perhaps orbiting the Earth, perhaps on the surface of Mars or the moon. You wake up, you stretch, you get out of your space bed, you float or hop or whatever over to your wall, and you look out the window and see the beautiful expanse in front of you, or you turn on your screen, your view screen? I don't like it. I don't know. Ryan, can you make a spacecraft with screens and get away with it, or are you a window guy?
I'll be honest, I use Windows and I also use Mac OS. No, I think Windows is the way to go. screens, I mean, you might as well just be sat at home playing Kerbal Space Program if you're going to tell me that I've gone all the way to the moon and I can only see it through a camera feed. Like, no, I want to see it with my eyes. I want to see it out the window. And I think we need, especially if we're going to be flying 100 people on Starship, we need equidistant windows, right? We need something, we don't need like one cupola right at the end of the spacecraft, which only like 5 people can fit in at the same time, right? We need
It's like,
like
hey,
an
dude,
airplane. Maybe not as...
I booked some time in the cupola next week. You want to go get the cupola? I finally got my reservation in 2 weeks from now or something.
We need something similar to a plane where you can, where pretty much everybody has quick access to a window.
Because one of the things that I'm thinking is, I wouldn't mind not having a window and having a screen if there was some kind of viewing window inside the Starship. Like if my crew quarters, you know, where I'm sleeping and everything doesn't have a window, I don't mind that if there's like a big window where everybody can go and take a look at, you know, like that would be still good. And you can use that same screen for all the camera views. Just like on an airplane, you've got your little screen, right? And some airplanes, they let you switch cameras around the plane. There's like one in the tail, some in the wings and things like that. Like that will be cool on Starship 2, like having the flap cam, for example, for re-entry. That will be amazing.
Of course. Yeah, there should be both. I mean, when you're in a plane, you have the little screen you can dupe around on and see where you are on the map, see different views around the plane, etc. Really quick, somebody in chat, oh God, where'd it go? James asked, Jack, how often do you get out of bed in the morning and look out your bedroom window? Every single day. The very first thing I do when I get out of bed is I let Laika out back, and she likes to run around, and I take a look at the sky to see what the conditions that day are like. So maybe it's just me, but literally every day. Let's see let's talk about the timeline. Let's take a look at the video that we have that talks about the timeline and what to expect from road close to prop load.
On the day of a Starship launch, many events need to happen for the flight to take place successfully. One of the first events is the clearing of ground hazard areas, resulting in the closing of Highway 4 and Boca Chica Beach several hours before the launch, something that has already happened. At this point, we now have 3 different roadblocks established along Highway 4. The first one, nicknamed the Soft Checkpoint, is located about 15 miles from the pad at the intersection of Highway 4 and Oklahoma Avenue. Beyond this roadblock, only those with property there and law enforcement officials can pass. This also includes SpaceX employees. The second roadblock, nicknamed the Hard Checkpoint, is located at the intersection of Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue. Beyond this location, only essential SpaceX personnel and law enforcement officials can pass. A third roadblock is located on Highway 4 right after its intersection with Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard at the end of Boca Chica Village. This intersection is the last one on Highway 4 before arriving at Boca Chica Beach, so up until now, it was used to control direct access to the beach. Soon, we should see this roadblock being cleared, if it hasn't already, as it's too close to the pad for anyone to safely remain there during a launch. With the ground hazard areas closed, SpaceX should now be in the process of conditioning the tank farm. During tank farm conditioning, the subcoolers on the tank farm are slowly filled with liquid nitrogen, and the liquid oxygen and liquid methane propellants should be flowing through the transfer lines from the ground tanks to the subcoolers. During tank farm conditioning, you'll probably see venting every now and then, including the now famous Pope vent. This is completely normal and expected. Although the timing can vary, especially if the launch is delayed into the window, this conditioning should last until about 1.5 hours prior to launch. This is when the conditioning goes from the tank farm to the propellant lines that go to the launch area. This conditioning will see the flow of propellants from the subcoolers out to the launch mount and launch tower. This process will be noticeable because a vent will appear on both the OLM and the tower while it's happening. The vent on the launch mount will start off weak at first, but will progressively grow in intensity as we get closer to the start of propellant load on the booster. As for the tower vent, it'll start at a normal intensity and will stay active for a few minutes before weakening or completely disappearing. Then, it'll come back again and with significantly more power as we get close to the start of propellant load on the ship. At around this point in the countdown, we should also see venting from the booster chines closer to the launch tower. This is a sign that carbon dioxide is being loaded into the tanks, which will feed the vehicle's fire suppression system during flight. While this conditioning is happening, the SpaceX flight director will conduct a poll with operators to decide whether or not to proceed with propellant load. Here's hoping that later today, everything is go for Starship.
some weather that's happening. We've got a little bit more a little bit more precipitation kind of dribbling away across the border. I don't think that's a technical meteorological term, but you know what I'm saying. And we also had that kind of hard rain, those lightning storms heading towards the hotel, which seem to have subsided. Jack Beyer, if you look behind you, how are the clouds behind you? Is Das now setting up on the roof?
Das is, in fact, now on the roof setting up. And, you know, one side effect of this weather is it is so crisp out. Like, if it was a normal, standard, hot, humid day, then it would be so heat hazy. It almost looks like you're looking at a funhouse mirror, you know, when you have a sufficient amount of zoom, the air is so wavy. Not so right now. So, if this thing launches and the conditions are matching what we see right now, oh, buddy. Especially, Ryan, just because there's this sort of lower cloud layer. Oh man, I could see that reflecting the sound and making for a truly spectacular launch experience today. So fingers crossed the weather holds.
Imagine if they were doing a catch today and you could see like the sonic boom like rippling through the clouds. Wouldn't that be so pretty if SpaceX was doing a catch and they were going to catch the booster like they have so many times before, and there's literally no reason why they can't do it?
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that again in a variety of weather conditions, because I think it was Flight 5 where basically when the booster sonic boom hit, the entirety of the mud flats and the dunes and the area around the launch site went from clear, as you see it right now, to having like a split second of vapor everywhere as the shockwave hit, and then it dissipated. And that same sort of shockwave caused a ripple through the exhaust plume that was hanging around, and like you could really visualize it. So yeah, Ryan, if we had some more of a medium for that shockwave to visually travel through, that would surely be spectacular. But alas, not going to be a catch today. Once again, in case you have forgotten, though, maybe we'll get some cool shockwave action when the booster does its wacky hover and splashes into the ocean or something.
As long as we have good visibility out into the Gulf, that's all we need. That's all we need. I can forgive a couple clouds if we have good visibility into the Gulf. Any of that haze nonsense, go away. We don't want you. We want clear views of the booster.
I wholeheartedly agree. I also wholeheartedly agree with everybody who's supporting our stream and what we do. So I'm going to run through some support here really quick before we get too far behind and get into the action and of launch itself. Tony Rupert, thanks for the $20. They said, once again, the second time, go Starship. Heck yeah, thank you so much. Jerwa, what's up, buddy? Old school tank watcher and shuttlepod gang. If you know shuttlepod, you know. Thank you so much. They say, position to give Max the nickname Q. I like it. I don't know if he'll like it, but I like it. Drew Nar, thank you, buddy. Always fun seeing the regulars pop in. They say, gotta do the launch day dog walk to burn off some crazy energy. Sadly, they aren't as interested in Starship launches. Alas. Yeah, when I got back to the place yesterday, Max likes the nickname a lot. All right, Q.
Max Q Evans.
Right. I actually do really like it. Yesterday when I got home after everything, Laika went, normally she's excited to see me. She went into full zoomies. Like, just started darting around the house with reckless abandon. It was adorable. So, yeah, I don't think she enjoyed all the thunder yesterday, but good deal, Drew Nar. Getting the dog walk in while you can. Tim Simmons, thank you so much, says, let's go. Richard, thank you so much for becoming a Padrat member. Also, Jay Rugg. Science Bob, thank you for the $10 super, thanking us for the hard work. Oh, look, is that a tweet under the OLM?
Yeah, that's from earlier.
Nice.
Yeah, rusty launch mount.
I wish there could be a camera there in exactly this position. Like, I wish they had built the flame diverter in such a way that...
Just not during...
Okay, that would work and provide footage that we could get back. Oh my god, we're zooming. That's cool. Can we see injector plates?
It would work up until the point they ignite the deluge system.
There is actually an injector plate at one of the Raptors fairly visible.
Can we see the coaxial swirl injector?
Yeah, there's people on X have already zoomed out at it and like adjusted the exposure and everything, but you can see one part of an ejector plate fairly clearly.
Hang on, someone's knocking at the door. ITAR police, open up! That was not
Top
that
level
funny.
acting, right there.
Thank you. Yeah, you couldn't tell that was me, could you?
Yeah,
that's
that was
wild.
you.
I'll have to check
Crazy.
that out later
What?
when I have some time. Noel, thank you again, gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Dr. Dweezy, becoming a Capcom member. You get Discord access at Capcom level and above, so pop in and say hey. Jay Frishoff, thanks so much. They're feeling good about today. I challenge nerdlings to break Jack with support. Thank you so much, Jay Frishoff. I hope they don't break me, but I do hope we get a good amount of support because there's always more we could do. There's always more cameras we could put in. There's always more team members we could get out here. So, yeah, more support, the better. The only reason we can keep doing this stuff is because you guys come out and help us. Mimi B, thank you. And Tim Simmons, thank you as well. They say stoked for a large fire for today. Yeah? Okay. I mean, hopefully the booster does make a large fire when it hits the ocean. But hopefully, yeah, contained fire when it hits the ocean. Because, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. But hopefully we get some fire because, hey, I don't know if you saw the Flight 10 patch, but it features some fire. And we want to see this flight go well. We want to see the Phoenix rise from the ashes, and we want to see the ship make it through to re-entry. And if you like this design, I think it's our best ever out of all of our flight patches. You can get it in a variety of shapes and forms and ways to wear or drink various liquids out of. And of course, it comes in patch form and sticker form as well. And the patch form is a limited edition thing. We do this with every flight. We order a set amount, and once they're gone, they're gone. There is basically the only ones we have are the ones we get. So there you go. The patch is like super high quality, and I can't even speak to the amount of work that goes into this. It's a huge amount. I'll let Adrian tell you guys a little bit more about how much love and care went into this patch.
Absolutely, a lot of. Well, my God, thank you. I can talk. Love and care. I want to quickly point out that this is designed by Jacques Olivier and not Jack. I saw some people being confused about that because I did mispronounce that the last time. I can confirm to you, Jack did not design this patch. It was Jacques.
Although it will be fun if he did.
We will do that at some point.
Look, if I designed a patch, it would just be like stick figures. It would not. Nobody would like it. Nobody would buy it. It would be the worst patch ever. Jacques does fantastic work with our patches. I do not, but I did actually have somebody out on the dunes recently be like, "Hey, did you design all the patches?" And I was like, "No, not me, Jacques. Way cooler version of me."
Also to quickly mention this, there are an issue going on with our patches right now with international shipping of the patches only. Let me word that again. International shipping of the patches only is affected, not US orders to the patches. But it's a situation where we are seeing a big spike in shipping prices of these patches to international orders. That is something we are also not happy with as a team. We are surprised as you are when we found out that this has been happening with the new warehouse change, and we are working to fix this on future campaigns. But as of right now, this is something we cannot adjust for internal shippings of these patches only. This is not affecting any US orders, just to make that clear, but we apologize and we hope to adjust that in the future.
Yeah, a lot of thought goes into the patch design. You can check it out on the store page, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It really is something we take a lot of care of. Patches and spaceflight are sort of traditionally associated with each other. You know, if you are a member of the media, then when you go to a launch, you will frequently be given a patch by the launch provider or, you know, by NASA, say. And those mission patches have a long and storied history in launch and spaceflight. So we take a lot of care with the patches. So if you like it, check it out. All right, how about some more questies?
Questies for the commentatees?
I regret my decisions. Let's see. John Palmore is saying, I guess they should have done a wet dress rehearsal after reconfiguring the pad after taking off the ship adapter. Here's the thing. I don't disagree. Seems like it would have been prudent. But also, the issue yesterday, apparently, was not anything with the mount or the BQD or anything like that. It looked like it was something with the ship QD, which we're taking a look at right now, given that's where all of the work was happening over the last 24 hours. Right, Adrian?
That's correct. It was, from what we can tell, a leak in what looks to be what we associate with the lock supply. So I think what we saw yesterday, also based on the cloud that formed, was a LOX leak on that ship QD, which is no shape or form used during these static fires. That's not related. Nothing what happened there is in any shape or form touching that piece of hardware. Sometimes it's just bad luck.
Yeah, and the ship QD arm in particular, it's getting roasted by exhaust on every launch, and it's been roasted 9 times now. So I can't imagine that hardware is super happy. And this pad probably has a limited life left on it. I'm starting to channel Ryan Weber here. But yeah, I don't know. Alex, do you think it's odd that despite it not being the issue yesterday, do you think it's odd that they went through all these modifications on pad 1 and did not commit to doing a specific tanking test first? Or is that just sort of how SpaceX rolls?
That's usually how they go, right? If they think they can skip it and still make it to the launch, they'll probably try that. Sometimes it works. It worked for Flight 9. Flight 9 did not have a wet dress rehearsal, right? And they went. Flight 8 did not have one either, and they scrubbed. And Flight 10, they also did not do a wet dress, and they also scrubbed. So, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And so far, it's a third chance, 1 in 3 chances. I'll take those if it means that I can launch a little bit earlier, right? Instead. So let's see if it also pays off that repair that we saw on the quick disconnect this morning, right? And the launch today. 2 hours to find out.
2 hours to find out. Now we're in 53 minutes precisely. Holy cow. I'm starting to get a little bit adrenaline-y.
Yeah. It's getting there, right? It's getting there.
Yeah.
We had about an hour or so away from where the adrenaline roller coaster stopped yesterday. So we'll see.
That was a fun
I'm not
ride.
sure.
Until it wasn't.
That's always the worst with the adrenaline roller coaster. It's always a fun ride before it isn't. I think honestly the worst adrenaline crashes we had in recent histories are these ship flights, when they the ones where they really failed early, and they had the issues before even SECO. That's always harsh for us, for everybody that watches this with passion, because you're passionate. You're like, oh, we're gonna see re-entry, we're gonna see plasma, and then it's like, yeah. So yeah, that's always and to be fair, we are in a fortunate position. We are just commentators here. We don't have any stakes in this. The worst things we can be, we don't see fancy things. Well,
all right. Well, Alex, where are we at on the tank farm? Are we into tank farm conditioning?
Yeah, it's currently in conditioning, as we can hear. We can hear all of those vents going on and everything. And that's one of the things that is currently... Oh, you can see there the bunker vent ongoing and the Pope vent that way. A lot of people were asking why it's called the Pope vent. But the whole thing is... Sorry, I'm being distracted in that channel. But
no, we don't have to talk about that.
we don't talk about this. We don't bring this up.
I'm not gonna throw you under the bus, but just saying. Chat. Jack needs a little more Wikipedia. Just saying.
Go on. Just go on,
continue.
Alex.
A lot of people were asking in chat, why do we call it the Pope vent? It's just because it looks like the white smoke that they burn through the chimney in the Sixtine Chapel when they choose a new Pope. You might have seen that a couple of months ago because they chose a new one recently, and so that's it's the best example that we can give of what we mean by the Pope vent. That it's part of the chill down and reclaiming system of the tank farm. It's just nitrogen that it's escaping there, but it's fun because it's like a chimney and everything, and it spills out white smoke and whatnot. So yeah, the Pope vent, whatever. Meanwhile, yeah, we're throwing Jack under the bus here on the back channels because of course.
I mean, I probably deserve it. But so Pope vent, chill down, all good things. About how long are we from seeing the launch mount vent crank up, in your estimation?
Well, the launch mount vent first will be the tower vent. Remember, this time we are in full stack, so it'll be first the tower vent, and then the launch mount vent will be about a minute or so. It's very similar in time, but the tower vent gets ahead of it by a minute or so. And so, we have the timeline this time around. Thanks. So there you can see some of those steps in the countdown as we tick down to excitement guaranteed, I guess, at T0. And the next thing should be, as I said, that chill down of the mount, the launch mount, and the tower. We'll see the tower vent first, then the launch mount vent as well. Around that time, we'll also get the go/no-go poll from the flight director. They'll verify that everything is go for propellant load, and hopefully we're gonna get an update from SpaceX on that via X. They usually do these tweets when all of these different steps in the timeline are checked out. So hopefully we get to all that. I mean, that's one of those things that we're waiting to see. Sometimes we don't even need any official confirmation because we see some of these things already happening, right? Like, when the launch mount vent comes up and then it goes out, it means that they are already in liquid oxygen load, for example, on the booster, and things like that. There's many other different indicators as well.
Good deal. All right, well, all this timeline talk has gotten me antsy. I am going to get my cameras start in place and set up and all of the good things. So I'll let you take it away, Ryan, in the host chair. I will get out of the host chair and go up to the camera roof and then do camera things. But I'll be back. But yeah. Whee!
The irony that you tell me that I can now take over the host chair is that I'm stood up. So, I mean, if you want me to, but they won't be able to see me. So, I don't think... Well, I'll ask chat's opinion on that one. But yeah, I'm not sure if that would be the optimal scenario. But anyways, we continue counting. T-minus 1 hour, 48 minutes to go now until the opening of the window. Fingers crossed things happen today. I'm going to hit some support very quickly because we do have so many new members coming in. I mean, Jack is leaving me a queue that is 57 minutes behind. You can't blame me. So I'm just going to run through some of these as quickly as I can. We have a painless Ryan S becoming a member as well. Bjorgvin, thank you for becoming a member. We also have some Till, thank you very much, Bill, at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. And Mac, thank you very much for the super chat as well. We have so many different PadRap members. I'm just going to scroll through them all here. You'll see your names coming up on the screen as well. We also have Gavin becoming a Capcom member. That means you get access to the Discord server. We also have our behind-the-scenes multi-views running as well. A behind-the-scenes multi, and more of just an ambient look over all of the cameras and everything available as well. And we also have Finch becoming a member. We have Super Merc with the £5. Thank you very much for the support. Plutonium239, one of those names that is always in chat as well. They're asking, could Starship survive getting struck by lightning while in flight, just like Saturn V with Apollo 12? When they lost the telemetry data. Alex, what are your thoughts on flying? Can they launch Starship in the rain? No. What are your thoughts on flying through lightning? There's nobody on board to switch SCE to AUX, which is, you need someone on board to do that, and then everything is... Switch it from SCE to AUX before they launch.
Yeah, it's part of the whole thing, right? Nowadays, there are rules to not to not launch in certain weather conditions. And so that is one of the things that they try to avoid. Even for fueling operations, they try to avoid fueling the rocket while there are certain, adverse weather conditions, like, lightning near the pad by 10 miles or things like that. They usually try to do that. So whether it can, maybe, but they don't want to figure it out. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it would be suboptimal. We also have Helga, thank you very much. And we all a similar question along those lines. What do we know, if anything, about SpaceX's minimum weather requirements? I don't think they've actually said anything, publicly released any figures, Adrian, but we can kind of guess, judging by... We of course, there's publicly available weather data for all of the launches, right? So we can see, what is the worst weather conditions they've launched in so far. That might not necessarily be the limit, but it kind of gives us an indication of how far things are going. And if I'm correct, fingers crossed, I have the map behind me sometimes. The weather today, I mean, the winds are much calmer, so we don't actually know, but we can kind of guess, I think.
Yeah, it's the problem we really sometimes have is understanding even what weather criteria is the limit. For example, right now they just gave us a go no go, right? Like they gave us an estimate of weather constraints. We don't get these fancy reports from the 45th like we get, for example, on Cape launches, which help us understand also what are the reasons and like inform us about these reasons of the weather constraints. Sometimes they mention that, sometimes they don't. So it's a bit of more of a puzzle. Right now it seems to be that the weather criteria for Starship are fairly close to Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. At least they don't seem to be like very much away, and I mean it makes sense, right? After all, Starship is still a rocket. There's probably very similar considerations about wind shear, about upper level winds, about lightning, about clouds that you would have on a Starship launch versus a Falcon launch. So but to be fair, even for Falcon, we don't fully know every single criteria that could abort a launch, which also could be because sometimes they just change and like they look at things and just understand them and just, yeah.
And Jack actually left me 3 unread $100 supers, which I think, chat, you need to be shaming Jack for that, because first of all, thank you so much to Apocalypse Cow, who is always in chat, saying with the $100 super chat, saying that they weren't able to contribute yesterday. Surely that jinxed the launch. So here's a bit for Jack's brilliant fun to make sure we're all go for today. Thank you so much, Apocalypse Cow. You're always in chat. You're always contributing. Thank you so much for your support. It's so greatly appreciated. It goes to so many good things. On a similar note, JMO with the 101, don't forget the $1, $101 super chat, just saying, let's go Starship. I think we can all agree with that sentiment. I mean, we all want Starship to go. Alex and Adrian, you want Starship to go. The weather, I don't think the weather wants Starship to go. I think the weather is going to throw SpaceX everything it can today to make Starship not go. Fingers crossed they can thread the needle like they do pretty much, it feels like all the time nowadays with those Falcon launches from the Cape, Florida in the summer. And then Dash Riptide with a $100 super chats in a row. This support is incredible, guys. Thank you so much. They're asking, when do you think the first launch from the Cape will, Starship launch from the Cape? Will they have to launch from Florida to go to the moon and use Texas, use Starbase as a fueling tanker for the fueling tanker flights? I mean, we've answered this question many times before. When do you think the first launch from the Cape will be, Alex? I mean, as Das jumps up and down, when do you think the first launch from the Cape will be? SpaceX wanted it at the end of this year. Is next year looking more likely?
Yeah, it's probably going to be next year. Yeah, they talk about, will they have to launch from Florida to send to the moon and use Texas? It could be both. One of the things of, despite of how restrictive the flights out of Starbase are, because you can only have essentially the corridor between Florida and Cuba, it's still a very low inclination orbit. So it's not really the worst. It's a really good inclination to be able to go then to the moon, right? So they can use, in theory, both Florida and Texas, and being able to calibrate all of that, and you know, use as many of these launch pads as possible, because that's going to be very useful for not just going to the moon but also going to Mars. So you know, both Florida and Starbase, that's going to be very important for all of those flights. It's true that they plan to launch many more times from Florida and Starbase, but you know, a few launches here and there, it's still a good buffer of, you know, added launches.
Indeed, indeed. And I'm going to leave or very quickly, I will just say, because we have had Noel J with 50 gifted Red Team memberships. So that's 50 more people that now have access to the Red Team membership area. I mean, in one go. I mean, that's just so much. Like 50 people, like Noel J just paid for 50 people to join the membership program completely free of charge, which is absolutely bonkers. And we also had Jay Frishoff gift. So 70 people in the last 5 minutes have just now gained access to the membership area. I mean, the support is just incredible. We love the community. As RC Horseman said, RC Horseman is literally a member of our team now, and he's done a $100 Canadian super chat. What are you doing, RC Horseman? You're literally moving cameras right now, saying, I love SBL and the community. Thank you so much for the support. You support us in many, many ways now, but yeah, seriously, the support today has just been absolutely incredible. Yeah, thank you so much. As we are now starting to see, in addition to that Pope vent, well, we were seeing it, but in addition to that Pope vent, we also now have the frost, or the condensation rather, forming around the bottom of the orbital launch mount. The tank farm is very much alive at this point, Alex. T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes. Look at it. We're starting to get that nice clouds drifting across the landscape.
Yep, and in a few minutes, so essentially in about 20 minutes or so, we should get that tower vent, if everything is still on track for the opening of the window, of course.
It's happening.
Look at that.
I said it. Why said I said it happening? It might be happening.
There is a 55% chance the weather might be happening. I think that's how you should put it. Yeah, we just don't know. But I think in the background we are starting to see some sunsetty, orangey, purpley hues of clouds in the background. So, you know, potentially if the clouds clear, we could have a pretty launch on our hands. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Not saying it will happen, just saying there's a potential for it to happen. So yeah.
Can I say the merch there that it's appearing on the top right? I just bought all that.
Yeah, I have to mention this. While Ryan was reading Super Chat, Alex used the time to go to the store and order something. I saw it live. Like,
yeah, because look, we did a merch for like 25 minutes. It was a long time ago, and that's the time it took me to go through the whole thing while also answering questions. It was a bit of a juggle, but I finally bought it. So yeah, because we did the merch plug about the Flight 10 patches, and I was like, you know, I gotta buy them because every single flight they run out. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy a couple of them for me because I want to have them, but also because, you know, there's also other stuff that I sorely needed. I have old merch still around, like even the shirt that I'm wearing right now. I think it's Flight 2, for example. So I really need some new merch, and I was like, I'm gonna take the advantage of, you know, of going for the Flight 10 patch, and I'm just, yeah, I got a zipper hoodie and all that stuff. It's always nice to refresh a little bit.
And we had a interesting question here. We're of course talking about the booster earlier. Eric is wondering how close the booster splashdown will be to the launch site. Of course, the booster is still performing a boost back burn, so it's not going to just continue on its suborbital trajectory. It is going to change direction. It is going to head back to the launch site, but of course they can't catch. They're not going to catch. They're not licensed to catch right now. Alex, do we know a specific touchdown location of the booster? I mean, we've seen Booster 11 do a splashdown in the ocean. We've seen Booster 13 do a splashdown as well. The last booster didn't exactly make it that far. It kind of blew up before it made it. How far away are we expecting Booster 16 to be when it starts its landing burn? Assuming it's still intact, if I have to say so.
Yeah, probably around the same distance as Booster 13 or even Booster 14. That's one of the things that we should expect, right? I think it was like 30 kilometers downrange, if I'm not mistaken. might be something like 15 miles, a little bit over 15 miles. So yeah, I mean, Ryan, I'm sad that you didn't have any of this ready to go, like having, some Mr. Map moment where you point back to the map and you're like, here is where this booster exploded and things like that. I don't know. but yeah, next time around we should have that. Write it down.
Yeah, I quickly want to mention something here, Ryan. Because we are seeing some people being confused about, there's apparently some scam channels that are using our footage here right now, and I quickly want to mention that, one thing, the best weapon you can help us against these channels is to like the stream, because then the YouTube algorithm will help us be like on top of all of these channels. And B, of course, if you see a scam channel that obviously is doing some like Bitcoin scam using whatever footage that is obviously not correct, you can also report them. So just making sure that you know these two things as you help us to stop others to be confused about these kind of footage.
Indeed. And of course, if you are currently on a channel that is not called NASA Spaceflight, and you are hearing people say NASA Spaceflight, I would recommend you quickly report that channel and then go to the legitimate NASA Spaceflight YouTube channel, because that is, of course, where we are going to be streaming from today, and we thank everybody who will be joining us for that also. And we are seeing the venting continuing at the launch pad, and the venting, Alex, Mikhail is wondering, is any of that dangerous, or are they venting for the opposite reason? They're venting because they don't want it to be dangerous, because we have seen before with a specific booster on that specific pad, when you vent things that you don't want to be venting, sometimes there are some explosive consequences.
It's dangerous, probably, but not for the explosive reasons, right? It's for the totally wrong reasons. Some of it, for example, the venting that we are seeing right now, it's nitrogen that is being vented from the ground systems, and that is dangerous because it can displace the actual oxygen in the air, right? Nitrogen is already high percentages of the composition of the air. It's like over 70% of our air that we breathe. So in that sense, it's not really bad. But if it displaces completely, if instead of being 70-something%, it's 90-something%, and therefore it's the main thing that you're breathing, you lack oxygen, and you kind of need oxygen to live, right? And so that is dangerous, which is why there are usually monitors and sensors and things like that at the pad, at the tank farm, for when that happens. Of course, when no people are there, those sensors are not needed, and so therefore, they're free to vent all of this. There's nobody here right now, so there wouldn't be any danger to anybody because there's nobody there. And then once they start the tower and launch mount vents, they're going to be venting oxygen. And it is true that oxygen itself, without anything else, it is not dangerous. The problem is if that other thing is you and you have an ignition source and things like that next to you, yeah, that is not great. That is very dangerous indeed, right? It's sort of the opposite case of what I just said before when I said you need oxygen to live. Too much oxygen may also be very, very bad for your health, especially if there's an ignition source near you. So that's why there's no people at the pad. And when they vent that oxygen, it's vented in sort of a, they do these sort of sweeps and everything of the pad and try to clear as much potential debris and everything. It's safe to vent that on the pad.
Yeah, I kind of want to add to that. I had in the past the chance to talk with a launch pad engineer in some capacity, and one thing that will certainly be a challenge about these nitrogen and CO2 pockets will be the flame trench for pad 2, because it's lower. Everything that is going lower, like some pads have like tunnels that go through them and everything like that. That is especially an area where you need to make sure you have ventilation, because that is exactly where these kind of pockets will form, and you need detectors because once you go down there and you're not aware of it, you can fall unconscious very, very, very quickly, and that is a very, very dangerous situation. So there's tons of gas detectors all around the launch site that we know of, and they will make sure that everything is always safe when crews are operating close to it.
And we can see that Pope vent continuing to be a Pope vent and just, you know, doing some things as SpaceX is working the tank farm, getting ready for propellant load, which could start potentially, fingers crossed, perhaps in about 40 minutes. We'll find out. Don't want to jinx anything. I'm being very careful not to jinx anything. But Adrian, in some of our camera views, we can see on the aft flaps of the ship, there's some tiles on the wrong side of the ship. Do we have any idea why SpaceX has put tiles on the steel side of the ship? Well, I suppose the whole ship is made of steel, but you know what I mean, the bare steel side of the ship has tile. Why have they put tiles on that side of the ship?
These are experimentation tiles. They are still experimenting with all kinds of tiles. We know that I think if we see them, there's a steel tile there. From what we know, there's also an active cool tile somewhere. There's all kinds of experiments going on there, because from what we can tell, SpaceX has not found the final great perfect solution yet for a thermal protection system that they are 100% sure will be the winning strategy. So they're still testing things out. Maybe Starship in 5 years from now uses one of these strategies instead of like one that we are seeing right now. And these are the experiments they want to run. Of course, they also tried to run these in the last 3 flights, and they didn't quite get to that point.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't really test your heat shield if you're not... Well, first of all, if you don't get to re-entry, and second of all, if you're pointing the wrong way when you do reach entry interface. Kind of an important requirement in order to test your heat shield. Right, with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very I bet you some SpaceX engineers there are really eager to finally get to know all of these digital experiments, because that will inform their decisions for Block 3, right? That will inform their decision making for a potential Block 4. They really need to have all of these information to make good decisions going forward in the design. And the design flow is probably months to years from first idea to full implementation on these production lines. So the earlier they can get this, the better.
Indeed, indeed. Of course, we are now, as always, watching Starship standing proud on orbital-ish Pad A at Starbase in Texas. This is a live view provided by one of our many cameras that we have out there. So we're doing our general NSF reconnaissance, if you can put it that way. Unfortunately, though, we won't have any aerial reconnaissance this flight, as they have been doing for the last, I believe the last time we had the WB-57 up and flying was Starship Flight 5, which is nearly a year ago. Oh my goodness. Even if they had the WB-57 up there, it's quite cloudy. So would they see much? Well, probably after the Starship cleared the cloud layer, but yeah, that cloud is really starting to roll over the launch site. Maybe it looks a little bit worse because the sun is like directly behind it and it's like shining through the cloud there. So I don't know. Maybe that's making it a little bit look a little bit worse. Fingers crossed SpaceX says something official in the next few days or so. Minutes, because we are of course watching fueling.
Yeah, not days,
in a few
please.
Minutes time. And at this point, I would of course like to welcome everybody joining us on the Popular Science channel. We are NASAspaceflight.com. We're NSF. We're bringing you live coverage of Starship Flight 10 from Starbase in Texas. My name is Ryan Caton. Thank you very much for joining us this, I suppose it's evening now, approaching evening local time. Alongside me, we have Adrian and Alex, and we are all anticipating the launch of the most powerful rocket. There's Adrian. We are anticipating... There's Alex. We're anticipating the launch of the most powerful rocket ever manufactured by humanity, which is, quite the saying to say. And fingers crossed, we continue counting down. We've been watching the weather. We've been watching some interesting GSE shenanigans over the past few days. This is, of course, the second attempt at this launch. Alex, where are we with the current countdown? T-minus 1 hour and 27 minutes.
Well, the chill down of the tank farm is still continuing. We are getting close to when we should see the start of chill down of the launch mount lines and the launch tower lines. We should see that tower vent and launch mount vent coming up in just a few minutes, usually around the 1 hour 20 minute slash 1 hour 10-minute mark. It's a bit of a window, if you will, when that happens. But it should happen within 6 to 16 minutes from now, so we should be very close. Of course, that is in the case that they are still going for the opening of the window, which, to be fair, we don't have yet any sort of indication of something to the contrary, right? Like, we still are aiming for the opening of the window. So far, everything looks to be on for the opening of the window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. That will be 23:30 UTC. And let's see what happens in just a few minutes from now if we get that chill down.
Indeed, and we were speaking about the clouds. In fact, I think we should take a little bit of a deeper dive into the clouds and see what the weather has been doing for the last few days. Or very quickly, I believe, Alex, we may have just heard some information about the roadblock, which is moving, perhaps?
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how, they set up these 3 roadblocks. One of them is the last one before you go to Boca Chica Beach, right? That's the one with the LPJ Boulevard intersection. And that one has been emptied. You can see there on the top center view, the top left view, the one right above me, that is the one at Richardson Avenue. That's the one that's going to be kept pretty much all the way through until either the S word, as we say, right? We don't want to jinx it, and or they go for a launch, and then they launch, and then they clear everything and save the pad and all that. But yeah, that roadblock is now vacated. Everybody has left because it's still inside of the blast danger area. So that means we are still proceeding. We are still going down the count. And everything is getting ready for propellant load. Because again, once that thing gets loaded with propellant, the blast danger area reaches that point. It is not safe for comfort. It's too close for comfort, I should say. There are some employees a little bit further out. You can see there's the Star Factory and the office building by SpaceX, but that's further away even from the launch site.
Yeah, and if we just flick back. Oh, my background has magically changed. I wonder how that happened. Anyways, let's take a look at how the weather is doing in Starbase. The green, we don't really have to worry about. The thing we're most concerned about are the oranges, the yellows, the reds. Those could be indicating lightning storms, which of course, historically, famously, not great for rockets. So let's just take a quick look at the past 2 hours cycled up to now. We're seeing a few things developing over south of the border, moving north over Brownsville towards Starbase. The actual, the worst parts of these storms are pretty much skipping Starbase, which is nice, but they're kind of moving directly towards the Margaritaville Hotel, which is one of the locations where Das and Jack will be watching the launch from in an hour and a half time, which means they've had to delay their setup a little bit. So SpaceX, not that big of a problem right now. For us, a little bit of a problem getting things set up. So even though those things have now started tracking north and are not really a concern for the launch at this moment in time, you do have to remember, these storms have big anvil clouds. They sometimes arch over particular places, and as we were seeing from some of our cameras a moment ago, those clouds are arching over the launch site. So whether there'll be a concern, we'll just have to wait and see in terms of that there. So it was crossed there, not, but yeah, storms are developing, doing usual Texas summer stuff, but they are kind of pushing north at this point, moving out of the way. Fingers crossed some more stable air will follow. We'll just have to wait and see. Anyways, at this point, we of course need somewhere for Starship to go today, Adrian. Where is Starship going to be going?
Well, I can tell you not to orbit. That is the first thing I want to point out, because this is once again a test flight, and there we see this beautiful animation that will actually show it. We are going south, basically southeast, passing over Africa, and in an ideal case, SpaceX will start to do a re-entering with Starship over the Indian Ocean, and then also perform a splashdown after a flip and burn in the Indian Ocean. That would be the optimal flight profile. Of course, we have seen, let's say, deviations from that of the optimal flight profile in the last few flights, as they had some issues. But I'm hopeful that we will see this flight profile, and I kind of want to quickly transition here to the fact that we are progressing in this timeline, Ryan, because what we are seeing right now is the start of the OLM vent, which is the beginning of the chill down for the pad. So at this point, that's amazing news. They are preparing to propellant load on the booster.
That is, of course, something we love to see. But Alex, there's no tower vent. What's going on?
Yeah, that caught my eye. As I said before, it's usually the other way around. It's usually the tower vent first and then the OLM vent. So,
tower vent is going.
Is it going? Is it going?
Yeah, it's very, like, sometimes with humidity
Very
and everything.
tiny.
Yeah, some vents are really weird to see. But there you can see it in the middle. That's the tower vent.
There we go. Okay.
Barely making a scratch.
Well, 2 vents going on now.
Yeah. We're getting excited. I hope everybody in chat is getting excited. The field team, even though they kind of had to wait for the rain to go away, they're still getting excited. A few people who will also be getting excited right now is everybody watching from our friends over at the Rocket Ranch Outpost. Let's throw it over to DY's out in the field, because I think we might have some people getting excited right now. Barely, 3 odd miles away from the launch pad.
Good afternoon, everybody, from the Rocket Ranch Outpost for Take 2 of Starship Flight 10. About 3.5 miles from the launch complex. The weather's looking a little bit iffy, but it looks to be clearing up just enough. We are feeling very confident now. We are not that far away from SpaceX team's polling go or no go for propellant load. Very exciting, very happy to be here, and thanks again to the Rocket Ranch and Anthony Gomez in particular for having us out here again. Folks, we say it all the time, space flight brings in people from all over the globe, and today is certainly no exception, as we have a very special NSF fan with us. Sam and his mom Joanna in from the UK nonetheless, a very, very long ways away. Sam, how are you feeling? Are you happy to be here?
Extremely. I mean, I know the place inside out, and it's so amazing to actually be here in person. I can't wait for Starship Flight 10 to fly in 1 hour, 20 minutes.
There's this buzz in the air, isn't it? It's such a special place. And like we've talked about, you can get really close to the rocket. Like, we weren't joking, right? You can get really close.
Yeah, wow.
So, with it happening very soon, what are you hoping to see and what are you expecting? Because you are I talked to you before, like, you're very well versed in what you want to know and what you want to look for. Okay. So how are you feeling? Like, what do you want to look for?
I'm so excited. If I'm being honest, I haven't tracked the program for a huge amount of time. I've been tracking it since Flight 4.
Okay.
And yeah, the booster, I'm expecting it to get through its engine tests, do a landing burn. As for the ship, they need to get it splashed down, at least halfway through re-entry, through peak heating. I really hope they do. I'm personally not too worried about the TPS tests they're doing. I know they're stressing the ship, which is good, because if you have a crew on board, and yeah, you lose some TPS tiles, you want to know how many you can lose. So I'm glad they're doing these tests, but I just really hope they do still make it down and the ship does make it through.
You and I both, and I told you, very well versed. Sam has done his research, and I'm sure Joanna, you have as well. Are you happy to be here?
You are the expert. It's just incredible. For me, when that ship rolled past me, I was like, wow. Because when Sam was saying about coming here, I was like, well, if we don't see a launch, is there anything still to see? I was like, yeah. I just couldn't, just incredible.
There's magic in the air here whenever Starship is ready to fly. And we say that all the time, and it sounds kind of cliche now, but Sam and Joanna have hopefully shown you that this is real. There is something magical in the air, and we cannot wait to see Starship fly, hopefully in about 1 hour and 10-ish minutes time. I don't have a clock on me that's really accurate. My watch is kind of off, but guys, we are so excited to be here, and thank you so much for coming along. And thank you again to the Rocket Ranch Outpost for having us, for launch viewing, and for supporting all of our live streams here, and for Sam and Joanna for coming all the way from the UK just to watch Starship fly. Guys, come to Florida next. You'll see rockets fly a lot more often, and before you know it, Starship will be there very soon. Yeah. So, Sam, Joanna, thank you so much for being on, and I will throw it back to you guys in the studio.
The rocket, of course, getting excited, or rather, should we say, the vents are getting excited. We could hear it there on the microphone. Awesome, always to hear from spaceflight fans like Sam, watching from the outpost from our friends Rocket Ranch. Of course, if you ever want to go and see a launch in person at Starbase, Rocket Ranch it's Rocket Ranch or South Padre Isle, I think, in my opinion. It's just an incredible. It's incredible how close you can get to a rocket that is on a publicly accessible road. Like, how many times can we say that this is unprecedented access SpaceX is providing to the public? You can literally, until when the road is open, I'll put it, you can literally drive up to the side of this rocket. I mean, it's just absolutely berserk how close you can get to the most powerful flying machine ever manufactured, ever in the history of the world, ever, right? I mean, just incredible.
I have two things I'm taking away from that interview.
Of course, Max Evans out at the outpost. Adrian, I'll throw it over to you.
I'm taking two things away from this interview. A, amazing performance by Sam, very, very eloquent on camera, absolutely fantastic. And two, Max has not managed to fix his watch 2 days in a row. That's my two takeaways.
He probably needs to get on that. During that time, though, we got a huge amount of support. First of all, we had a $150 tip. If I can find it, here it is, from Isaac R. I mean, seriously, this is someone who is this isn't the first time they've tipped, and this is direct support straight to us that goes straight into the cameras. Not straight into the cameras. They go into investing into more cameras, investing into more network infrastructure. We just could not do this without your guys' support, and huge bits of support like that is just, we are incredibly, incredibly grateful. Jack does a much better job at thanking people than I do, but yeah, that's just, there's no words for how much support we get. And it's not just Isaac either. We have so many people in chat. We have Nigel as well for the Ship 26 Memorial Fund. I'm not sure if I'd contribute to that either. And we also have Michael as well with the 25 tip as well. Thank you very much for the tips at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. It is so we're so grateful for it. And with that, I think we should probably address a few more questions we've been seeing in chat. First of all, there was a question from Stars saying that they're seeing a plane flying around, but Alex, I believe that's one of the range planes that's flying around that we usually see. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's already even landed. It should be airborne again soon, if I'm not mistaken. At least that's what the usual tracking sites are saying. So yeah, probably part of the whole range stuff. It's a very small plane. If I'm not mistaken, I think is Beechcraft. I don't remember exactly the name. I looked it up earlier and I was like, I'm gonna try and remember it, and I don't fully remember it exactly. Yeah, Beach King Air. There we go. So yeah, it's not a it's not the WB-57, for example, right? It's just a smaller plane that probably SpaceX rents out or maybe owns for this kind of purposes, probably, because it was out there on the Gulf, probably looking at boats and whatnot. So we'll see. But yeah, it's not a huge thing.
I can see someone in chat called Jack Bayer saying Sam Fan Club. I wonder who that is. But yeah, many people in chat are a big fan of the Sam Fan Club. I will join the Sam Fan Club. Of course, all of the support that we've been getting, it goes to so many different sites we've only been able to acquire because of that support. So I think whilst we of course saw Max and Sam at the Rocket Ranch outpost, NSF, we have our own sites dotted around Starbase as well. We have our river site, which is just down the road from the outpost actually, where Roger and a few other people will be watching the launch this evening. Fingers crossed it goes ahead. We of course then have SpaceX's production site, and just down the road from that we have our highway site. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, on the highway, there we go. As Alex was saying, that top right view is from the highway site. And we can see the launch site there. We actually have our trailer positioned in the media zone at the launch site there, which is the middle view you can see. We have our north site as well, top left view. Thank you, Alex, is coming from the north site there. And we also have our south site as well. Interestingly, these are only accessible from the beach, so we actually have to park on the beach and kind of trail our way out to these sites. Well, I don't have to. People like Jack have to in the mosquito-infested air. It's not incredibly pleasant sometimes. I'll leave it at that. But there you go. All of your support means that we can make Jack walk through mosquito-infested air. Let's leave it with that. Anyways, we're approaching as 1 hour and 11 minutes to go. Things are looking good so far, but for the time being, I think we should probably recap how we have gotten to 10 flights of the world's most powerful rocket.
SpaceX has had a long journey to get to the 10th flight test of Starship. They've had explosions, amazing re-entries, catches of boosters, and even a reuse of a booster. But with 3 straight flight failures for Block 2 of Ship, all eyes are on Ship 37 to break the curse and complete all objectives. Let's start at the beginning. After many tests, Booster 7 and Ship 24 lifted off on April 20th, 2023, and the flight did not go well. However, expectations were merely to clear the tower. Booster 7 instantly had 3 engines out and would lose more during ascent. With these lost engines and a fire in the engine bay, the full stack would only reach 40 kilometers before it ripped itself apart. Also during the launch process, a hole under the launch mount was formed because the water deluge system had not yet been installed. The lessons learned from this flight paved the way for Ship 25 and Booster 9. This set of vehicles would require significantly less testing due to the data already gathered from Flight 1. Following the hole in the ground, SpaceX beefed up the foundation of Pad A and installed a deluge plate to help dampen sound and protect the launch pad. Another new addition was the hot stage ring on top of the booster. Before even testing their original stage separation idea, SpaceX switched to hot staging. Flight 2 fared far better than Flight 1. The full stack lifted off November 18th, 2023, and Booster 9 had all 33 engines running for the entire ascent. The hot staging worked perfectly, and Ship 25 started towards space. Unfortunately, Booster 9 was lost during boostback burn due to ice in the tanks, and Ship 25 was lost due to a fire in the aft section just before second stage cutoff, or SECO. This wouldn't be the last time a ship was lost due to fires in the aft section. Flight 3, which launched on March 14th, 2024, would improve on Flight 2, with Booster 10 getting past the boostback burn and getting all the way to the landing burn. However, the booster was lost shortly after landing due to possible ice ingestion into the liquid oxygen turbopump inlets, just like Booster 9's boostback burn. Ship 28 then made it all the way to SECO, but lost attitude control and performed an uncontrolled re-entry. Flight 4, which launched on June 6, 2024, was once again an improvement, where Booster 11 completed its entire mission profile and performed a soft splashdown in the water. Ship 29 completed its ascent burn, its coast phase, and a full control re-entry. The only blemish for Ship 29 was that it had a decent amount of burn through on its heat shield, even almost losing a forward flap. Despite this, it provided uninterrupted live views of re-entry, which is something no one had ever seen before. Next up was Flight 5, and with Booster 11 having completed its soft splashdown, SpaceX decided to catch the booster. This flight also had an upgraded heat shield for Ship 30 to better survive re-entry by introducing an ablative layer under the tiles. This flight would launch October 13th, 2024, and to date is still the most successful flight in the Starship program. Booster 12 completed its entire mission profile and was caught back on the launch tower, and the booster is currently in Mega Bay 1 getting prepped for display. Ship 30 completed all of its objectives and performed a perfect re-entry and landed right on target in the Indian Ocean. Then came Flight 6 November 19th, 2024, which was the last flight of Block 1 of Starship. Booster 13 completed ascent, however due to a tower issue, it couldn't perform a catch. Ship 31 completed all of its objectives and performed an on-target splashdown in the Indian Ocean. SpaceX has yet to have a ship since Ship 31 perform an on-target landing or controlled re-entry. After the success of Block 1, things took a few steps back for Block 2 of the ship. Flight 7, which launched January 16, 2025, had Booster 14 repeat a catch like Booster 12 and complete all aspects of its mission. Ship 33, however, was lost before SECO due to harmonic vibrations in the engine section. These vibrations caused leaks, which led to fires in the aft section of the ship, which led to it exploding on ascent. Next up was Flight 8 on March 6, 2025, featuring Booster 15 and Ship 34. Booster 15 completed a nearly perfect flight and was caught, making 3 caught boosters for SpaceX. Ship 34, however, had an issue with a center raptor that led to leaks and another fire in the engine section, and the ship was lost before SECO. After losing 2 ships back-to-back before getting to SECO, a lot was riding on Ship 35 on Flight 9. with a pairing of Ship 35 and Booster 14-2. Yes, a reflown booster. Flight 9 lifted off May 27th, 2025. Booster 14-2 completed almost all of its objectives, but was lost on landing burn startup because SpaceX was trying to push the limits of the booster and it didn't survive. Ship 35 got past SECO, but it lost control during the coast phase due to a methane gas leak into the payload bay and was lost during an uncontrolled re-entry. Well, here we are at Flight 10. SpaceX is using Ship 37 and Booster 16 on this flight, which we all hope will be successful.
And that was, of course, Sawyer Rosenstein with the fantastic recap as we now count through 1 hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Fingers crossed that's how long it takes. We've also been getting some more support. Of course, we've been getting some more support. We've got 2 people joining the launch director level of membership. Zach and Trevor, thank you so much. Jeff with the $10. No message, but just a $10. We also have Eugen with the $10 super chat as well. KJ, thank you very much for support as well. I'm not sure Jack would appreciate that one. Noel J, I think Noel J has done another round of 50 Red Team memberships, so that would be 100 Red Team memberships from one person in the span of 5 minutes. That's just, Noel J, thank you so much. And of course, if you receive one of them, thank Noel in chat as well. We also have Chininator, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, saying it's my birthday, fingers crossed Starship launches and it's successful. Fingers crossed it is indeed. Happy birthday. Redeem, again, people just throwing support at us but with no message. Thank you so much, just with the rocket emoji. It's incredible. Thank you so much for the support. Stefano, thank you for the support. Turtle, thank you for the support as well. It's greatly appreciated. And Rocket Scientist 1 with the $20 was I think this was probably about Sam at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, so they're a big fan as well. I think they're in the Sam fan club. Jeff Rowe, one of those, always in chat as well. Always in chat, a Red Team membership. People joining the PadRap membership. Of course, I believe any member of any level of membership has access to our behind-the-scenes multiview. The behind-the-scenes multiview. You can hear Kevin talking in our ears, which is annoying for us. It might be pleasurable for you. We also have James with the $10. Thank you so much. And the Douglas Piranha. Sorry if I'm not sure how to pronounce your first name. Thank you so much for the $15 tip. At tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Please never feel bad at all for that level of support. Please never feel bad. Even just liking the stream. I mean, it's all we ask for. We want to fight those spam channels. We're bringing you quality. I think it's quality. It's got my face on quality content. Please just liking the stream. I know we say it a million times and it's very annoying, but it's the least you can do. To try and put our stuff in front of as many people as possible. And with that, we can see Starship still under some cloudy skies. But Alex, I think from this camera's perspective, I can see 4. I've got the OLM vent, the tower vent, the Pope vent, and then something else going on at the tank farm.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things going on in the tank farm. Of course, they are getting ready for propellant load. If all is still on track for the opening of the window at 6:30 p.m. Central, then we should have ship fuel load in about 10 minutes from now at the T-minus 53-minute mark. Of course, we also need a confirmation from SpaceX that they are proceeding into the propellant load, because they could just stay in this state for a long time. Chill down is one of those things that they can just keep going and going and going until they are ready to go, right? And so there's no guarantee, which is what I'm trying to mean here, there's no guarantee that we are indeed going to go into a propellant load until SpaceX actually confirms that. So we'll see if that comes.
Received any indication from SpaceX that they are go for propellant load. That usually comes around this time. We are waiting for that. We have indicators such as those vents which are pointing towards the fact that propellant load could be happening shortly. Adrian, I believe if that go were to be given, that should happen in about 9 minutes time.
That is correct. Sometimes they do it a bit earlier. Like, it feels like sometimes if they are feeling like very confident, they just blast through it basically and basically give it a go very early. However, we know the weather is iffy, and I see the clouds right next to me here. There could be a situation where they want to wait as close as they can before they really commit, because honestly, I don't want to jinx it. I really don't. But if I have ever seen a weather that I would call at least ominous for rocket launches, it's these clouds. Because these are definitely some sort of level of clouds, like emerald clouds, that you usually don't want to launch through. So I think I don't wanna preempt this, but I could see that we are getting in a bit of a weather dance.
I mean, it's ominous clouds for an ominous rocket. I mean, they're kind of what's the word the kids use these days? Their aura matches up. I just died inside. I apologise for saying that word live on air. I hope we don't get any complaints. Oh dear. I think I've started a thing. But you know,
no,
the clouds. The clouds, I can forgive the clouds a little bit. My concern is the haze, because we do have some people asking whether we'll be able to see the booster splashdown from Starbase. And if it splashes down in the same place as Booster 13 did on Starship Flight 6, then, because we are, even if everything goes really well with the booster, we're still expecting a little bit of a fireball, because they are hovering above the Gulf and then dropping to try and intentionally destroy the booster so it doesn't, you know, float off into Mexican waters like it did with Booster 13. So I'm personally more gunning for no haze than no cloud, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Right now, I believe this is from the Margaritaville Hotel, who are, as always, so graciously hosting us, Jack and Das, for this launch. But yeah, even looking up at the launch site, there's a low level of cloud. It's not looking good. Hopefully we get an official update shortly.
Yeah, we'll get to it. I feel, I mean, I know I'm starting to communicate this early, and the producers will hate me for it, but it's very much aligning with a point I'm trying to make right now. At this point, this feels like everything is a bit late. That what I'm about to say, and just as I say that, I can confirm that there has been a 14-minute delay into the launch window. So that lines up with what we are seeing. It felt a bit late. Everything felt a bit like they might be waiting, and now we can confirm they are waiting indeed a bit. 14 minutes into the window. Again, they have a window. They can do that. We might see that more. And that very much, Ryan, that feels a bit... Do you remember that New Glenn stream where they always pushed like a bit? This
Oh, the trauma is coming back to me. New Glenn 1. It's like, we're getting to a point in the count where things are going to happen. Oh, they just delayed another 30 minutes. Oh, they just delayed another 30 minutes. Oh, they just delayed another 30 minutes. I don't want that to happen again. SpaceX, please don't do that. That was slightly kind of annoying. But New Glenn 1, if I'm not mistaken, that went on the second attempt. So, you know, I mean, big brain time, put 2 and 2 together, maybe that means good things.
I want to point out, by the way, I said yesterday a worse word than the S word. Yesterday on the stream, and I will say it again, I said NROL 44. The worst word you can say on a rocket launch, because I said the evil Delta launch that took forever, and now that I said NROL 44, I think this launch will just be here for like 2 months. I'm joking. Just joking.
Well, we've seen SpaceX have to delay launches before by a few months, Flight 5. But yeah, I mean, that was more of an environmental licensing issue than a weather issue. So fingers crossed something like that doesn't happen this time around. I'll throw it over to you.
I want to bring up one point, because I know a lot of you are very impatient, and whenever there's even a minimal delay, I know some folks will be like, oh, it's an S word again, right? I'm not going to say the word, otherwise we jinx it, right? But look, they have a 1 hour window. They just moved it 14 minutes. They have 46 more minutes in the window if they want to use those. We've had in the past even shorter windows, in fact, and they've used the majority of it, and then they launched. So I'm not too worried. It's 14 minutes. If they need a few more minutes, let's just launch a little bit later. But let's launch it still today, right? Like that's the whole point of this, of why they have these windows. So.
And I believe we actually have a SpaceX, Jessie Anderson herself, releasing some information that they are keeping their eyes on the weather. Eye emoji, double eye emoji. So that could be an indication that the opening of the window was forecast as no-go for the launch of the 10th flight of Starship. Therefore, SpaceX has pushed into the window so far by 14 minutes. Maybe that will open things up a little bit. But Adrian, we're still seeing that OLM vent going. We're still seeing that tower vent going. The tank farm is still getting ready. At this point, is it correct in saying SpaceX can really kind of fly a holding pattern until they're ready to go with that propellant load?
Yeah, this configuration of like pre-propellant load, they can hold until the end of the window. Like this is absolutely no problem. And again, I feel very confident to say what the weather issue for sure I think is clouds. Like there are definitely some very annoying clouds right now around the launch pad. There we see it. Like, I mean, if you ever watched a rocket launch and you see this, you're like, and I think that's what they're watching. And there looks to be some less dense spots that they might be able to launch through. But this feels like a nail biter.
Indeed, we are going to we're going to be patient, boys and girls. We're going to be calm, and we're just going to wait to see if things happen. Yeah.
As long as they're good in an hour and 9 minutes. Doesn't matter how bad they look now. They need to clear out in an hour and 9 minutes. That's plenty of time for some of these clouds to either disperse or sort of, fly away. Whatever they want to do.
Evaporate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the key point, right? We are seeing clouds which are providing less than desirable views right now, I think it's fair to say. But that's right now. Starship is currently scheduled to launch in over an hour's time. The weather can change quickly in an hour, right? We've seen that on many launches before, particularly from the Space Coast, when things change at T-1 hour and 1 minute and 6 seconds. Fingers crossed it's more of the opposite direction than it was with the first attempt for Crew 11. But yeah, here we go. Maybe some lighter spots starting to appear in the sky. Fingers crossed those continue to grow as well. And of course, the support is continuing to flow into the panel here. Noel J has done 100 more Red Team members. That's 200 Red Team memberships this stream. And this is the second stream for this launch. This is the second attempt for this launch. We, of course, do our stakeout stream earlier in the day as well. Noel J, you are going absolutely berserk. Thank you so much for that support. 200, just imagine a room of 200 people right now. They have access to the NSF member area completely free of charge. Completely free of charge. They now have access to the behind the scenes multiview, the behind the scenes multiview, where you can see all of the things going crazy and hopefully not going badly in the background. Hopefully everything's going well. Yeah, I mean, seriously, Noel J, that is some incredible support. Thank you so much. It's just incredible. Jason as well in chat. Thank you so much. I think that was in response to the playback we had there. Jesse's becoming a Capcom member, different Jesse to Jesse Anderson. Him become with the T-minus 60 minutes, $30 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. And we also have F6B with the support as well. Thank you so much. We couldn't do this stuff without you. We showed you earlier all of the different sites we've got running. Cameras across South Texas. We couldn't do it without the support. And we are still for a go for propellant load from SpaceX, which has not come yet. We have been delayed by 14 minutes, but fingers crossed we don't get any more delays. But as Alex, you were just saying, 14 minutes into an hour-long window. There's still 46 minutes of play.
Yeah, and if there's anything to be learned from how they operate Falcon 9s is that they give it a try. As long as they have any chance, they give it a try, right? I mentioned earlier how, they had a recent launch, I think it was a Crew 11 launch, where it was 90% favorable weather. Like, can you imagine being so close to just perfect weather, and the 10% non-favorable one on those chances? They had a cloud coming in right at the end, where it, as they said, it sort of skimmed the pad area, and they had to S-word the launch, right? And so yeah, it can be just like that. They're gonna try. They have, again, 46 more minutes on that window. They still have not even loaded propellant, right? Once they go into propellant load, they have another hold point at the T-minus 40-second mark, where they can hold for another 15-20 minutes. So they even have that, of course. And so they're just gonna give it a chance. They have the rocket ready. The tank farm is ready.
There's also another consideration they for sure here have at this point. So yesterday we had a few hours of chill down. Like, they used some nitrogen yesterday for sure, and probably quite a bit. Once they start through loading, like actual full-on loading, and they load a lot, they will run through way more nitrogen, way more oxygen, and way more methane. I feel, I know the tank farm has quite a capability, but especially with the nitrogen, they might run, if they go through a full flow today, into a situation where they have to, for example, consider, can they do another attempt tomorrow if weather doesn't permit? There will be considerations, all of that goes through their mind right now. They won't just blindly load and with that ruin their chance to go tomorrow. They want to have a good chance. And I would be feeling very confident that if they don't go today, we would see at least an army of tankers tonight that goes to this tank farm to replenish the nitrogen, because this chill down, like hours and hours of chill down and cycling for all the system, you're running through quite some nitrogen there.
One of the advantages
barely 3 hours ago, we were still seeing tankers coming in and out of the launch site, right? Like, they had closed the road off at LBJ, and there were tankers still going down the road. I mean, SpaceX has been fueling up that tank farm like crazy over the last 24 hours whilst they recycle from yesterday's unsuccessful.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, right, that, one of the advantages of yesterday's launch attempt is that they only had loaded a little bit of propellant, and they can drain it back. It's not that they boil it off entirely, like they don't let it vent and just escape the tanks or anything like that through the vents. They reclaim as much as they can, just running the same process of loading but in reverse, essentially. And the whole thing with that is, it's true that some of it gets lost to boil off, the oxygen mainly, but it's just a little bit. And the less of that oxygen that they load into the vehicle, even less that gets lost to that boil off. And so that's one of those things that they also had an advantage with yesterday's attempt. Usually, now that they have upgraded the launch tank farm and things like that, they have new systems since a few flights ago. They already have the capability to be able to do a 24-hour turnaround, even if they go to the end of the window. Not the end of the window, at the end of the countdown, excuse me. So if they go through the entirety of the countdown sequence, they fully load the rocket, and they consume all of these different consumables and everything. Since they can replenish, they can reclaim some of it and then replenish during those 24 hours, they can do an attempt 24 hours after. So yesterday, that was probably not a big of a deal in terms of the tank farm systems.
Indeed. I'm just looking at those clouds behind Starship there. I can't tell if it's just like a gap in the clouds, or if it's actually kind of looking pinky and sunsetty. So yeah, I'm not sure.
There it is. The problem we are really right now having is, if I see this correctly, and then Adam in the back channel can correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like the clouds are a bit stable. Like, it's not really completely being blown away. Which of course is not great if you're in a situation when you're waiting for the weather. We are at the point where the last time we were, there came the delay, like right about now. And
that's some brilliant timing from you there, Adrian.
Yeah. Sorry. So we have another delay. SpaceX has just adjusted the T-minus clock to now 59 of the hour. So that is, oh god, local time. Is it 6:59? I'm sorry.
Yeah, 6:59.
Yeah, 6:59. 6:59. New T0. They are in the weather holding pattern. This is the new Glenn launch all over again. They will do this as long as they can. But I feel very confident to say weather right now is not go, and they are hoping for go.
Yeah, and that's one of
the Alex.
That's one of the things that we're seeing right now, right? We're seeing those, as I said before, they can keep being on this point of the countdown, on this chill down for as long as they want. Of course, as long as they have also consumables to run through the lines and everything. But they can keep being at this point in the countdown. This is essentially, as I said before, it is also the point where they do their polls to go for propellant load and things like that. So you can see there that OLM vent, both the live version and the clip from previous test flights or previous tests at the launch mount there. So the OLM vent can keep going. The tower vent will also keep going. It's currently silent. It's sort of stopped there, but it is part of the whole tower vent behavior. It comes up, then it sort of goes silent for a bit. It's sort of like, it's there. It's just, it's sort of dormant, if you will. Once it comes back, that's gonna be the second part of that tower vent. It'll come back stronger, and it'll be sort of like this large plume, that large cape coming from the back of the tower, and that'll be the last portion of that. And once that disappears, that'll be our clue that they are beginning liquid oxygen load on the ship. But this is where we are right now, right? We want them to be sure that they are not going for propellant load until they are ready to go. They are probably in weather watch, as Adrian was saying before, where they're trying to not rush to get into the propellant load. They're trying to make sure that they are in the clear. We may see also, as we can see here, some of those chines venting, especially the two that are facing the tower, because they hold the carbon dioxide that is used for the fire suppression system on the engine section of the booster, and those get loaded with we think it's liquid CO2, liquid carbon dioxide, because they are very long cylinders, and they look to be high pressure cylinders and everything, and they get very venty when that happens. Of course, once propellant starts going, we'll see that frost rising on all 4 tanks of Starship. Then we can see a little bit of what that will look like once it happens. Of course, we want that to happen, right? So everybody think good thoughts, good weather thoughts for that to happen. I don't know if we're going to be going through any more clips. Oh, engine chill on booster. Sure. So you can see there, we're going to have the engine chill on booster roughly T minus 20 minutes in the count, 20 minutes to go. We'll see that vent from one of the pits. You can see in that view from the clip, it's sort of on the left-hand side of that view. We have a very similar view for today's launch out there in the dunes as well. So we'll have also a view of that, as long as the ground systems on the tank farm allow us to see those, because it's gonna get very venty as well from the ground tanks. And yeah, that's also part of the process, and we'll see what will happen. Ship engine chill, yeah, that's also part of the process as well. We're gonna get vent from underneath the flaps. You can see, oh, the same view. Look at that. It's the same view in the future. Hopefully about 50 minutes from now, we should see that engine chill on the ship as well. There are one vent on underneath of each of the aft flaps on the ship. DSX, yeah, let's just go through until the end of the countdown, I guess.
We can just make up our launch at this point, like just
yeah. We're just going through all of the B-roll here. This is Kevin just flexing that we have all of this prepared, I guess. But yeah, we have little explainers there so you guys can see what it should look like. That's the DSS, detonation suppression system. It's a mix of nitrogen and oxygen. Will fire up 20 to 30 seconds before liftoff. And then, of course, we get the deluge and engine ignition. I'm not sure if we're also going to run those. We're going to run those, of course. Yeah, that's the water deluge. Activating. Should be activating at T minus 10 seconds. And then, of course, the Raptor ignition sequence. All 33 engines all 33 engines will not ignite at the same time. You can see the engine diagram. First, they ignite the 13 inner engines, then 15 of the 20 outer engines, and then the remaining 5 at the end. And then hopefully a lift off. But then you can see a little bit of the things that we should expect here in the countdown as we progress down the clock. Or the count, I guess.
SpaceX might be in a holding pattern. The support we have been getting is nowhere near a holding pattern. It keeps going. We have Go Flyers gifting 5 Red Team memberships. We have Daniel with an question asking if the flights at the Brownsville airport are ever halted for launches. I don't believe so. The airport is far enough away from the launch site. It shouldn't be impacted by any of the kind of launch TFRs or NOTAMs. However, let's just say when a VIP turns up, sometimes there could be some disruption, and I'll leave it at that. Faria, thank you so much for the support as well. We also have Ran becoming a Red Team membership. FONS, thank you very much for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. I've completely lost count how many Red Team memberships have been gifted in today's stream. It's well over 300 at this point. The support is bonkers. Xander's become a Padrap member. We also have Todd, thank you very much. Hopefully we can help to educate people on the things going down with Starship, because that's the whole reason why we do this, right? We want to be able to share this stuff with the entire world, because it's awesome. If they launch, if the weather holds, it's going to be awesome. I'll put it that way. Anthony, no message, but the sort of £5 anyways. Thank you so much for the support. Of course, Turtle in chat again. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support, and we'll leave it at that. The clouds are still clouding. SpaceX still holding. For those of you just joining us, the window opens in a few minutes' time. However, they have delayed Adrian at this point by 29 minutes total, I think. They're now 29 minutes into their 1 hour window. So there's still more window left than they've taken by 60 seconds.
Absolutely. They still have some wiggle room here. Of course, that's the positives here. We'll know more. They will watch this very closely. But of course, you also don't want to violate weather rules. Like, I see some people are like, oh, whatever, just try it. Nah, that's usually not an idea. Weather rules are there for a reason. And you only want to launch if these weather rules are permitting such launch. Because imagine you're preparing all of this expensive vehicle, you're putting all of the time in there, and then you lose it because you have a bit of go fever and want to go a day early. So we'll see them being careful. I also saw a question by Scott about is it better resetting at T-minus 75 minutes than T-minus 40 seconds? And I think my personal opinion is better here because they don't waste that much propellant. But back to you, Ryan.
Yeah, T-minus 1 hour, 8 minutes. Maybe in 8 minutes' time we'll either get a SpaceX tweet saying go load and we'll all be hyped, we'll all be happy, we get to play that awesome video, or the website will update again and it will be another 15 minutes into the window. There's only one way to find out. Stay tuned. We could be an hour and 7 minutes away, or we could be a little bit further than that. But as things stand, the clouds are still clouding. English verbs. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if the storms do any more storming. Hopefully they don't, but you never know. I do have to say though, Alex, the weather yesterday suddenly seems like it was much nicer because SpaceX went straight into propellant load pretty much this time around.
Yeah.
They seem to be, kind of scared to go into propellant load.
They did delay though. It didn't, or at least they were not targeting the opening of the window, but it is true that they did not delay into the window as much as they are doing today. Still, they have 31 minutes left, right? So no panic. But also, to the question of whether it's better to hold now than rather doing it at T-minus 40 seconds, I will also add the fact that once they load the propellant, it is true they can hold, but they cannot hold forever, right? They can only hold for a few minutes. And so it's better to do it now because whatever hold they have, it's sort of more indefinite, if you will.
Yeah, perfect way to say
it. I think I know why Adrian just chuckled. But yeah.
I don't even want to comment on it. It's just, yeah. Thanks, SpaceX. That's all.
So the OLM vent is still going. Let's get this show back on the rails. The OLM vent is still going on the orbital launch mount. That's what it stands for, OLM. yeah, it is. It's still going. It's still waiting. Beautiful views here from the dunes. One of the cameras that we set up specifically for the launch this morning. I believe this is one of Dee's remote cameras. Yeah, this is going to be a spectacular view if they actually get to the point of igniting the engines. And we have the tower vent still going as well, looking up from the trailer. Yeah, not as strong as we've seen it in the past. It's kind of trickling out there, Adrian.
I see some other people mentioning that on social media, on on other content, other people that are not related to SpaceX are telling them it's at this point like basically treating it this launch is called off. That's not the case. Like, the only source you should listen to regarding if this launch is still on or not is SpaceX. Everything else that everybody else speculating over what SpaceX is saying is only speculating and is very much not saying what is factual. Just saying.
Yeah, indeed. So we're still waiting 5 minutes until that T-1 hour point, 5 minutes until we may get another decision from SpaceX. It'll be good news, or it'll be kind of mild news, hopefully, is the worst we'll be getting. And I believe we have just gotten word, Alex, we have go for propellant load of Starship.
We do. Yeah, SpaceX just confirmed they are go for propellant load. So they are gonna try it. They're gonna give it a chance at 6:59 p.m. Central Time for that T0. So let's go.
Yeah, chat, I think it's time to start getting hyped because SpaceX has confirmed they are go to load propellant on the Starship. That should begin in about 11 minutes time, according to the countdown. The launch director is happy with the weather conditions. They might still be watching them, but they're happy to go for prop load with the current weather conditions. Come on, chat. I need to see chat going crazy right now. We need to get hyped. Adrian, are you hyped for Starship Flight 10?
Yeah, I actually, this caught me off guard because I totally 100% expected that this would push again, and now they're going for it. So yes, totally caught off guard. I'm hyped, Kevin, in my ear that you cannot hear. That is now telling me I need to get hyped.
Alex,
I'm
are you getting hyped?
Yes! I'm just putting the voices and everything. Yeah, I'm hyped, of course. I have my heart racing for like the last hour. I don't know if it's the excitement or the 2 coffees that I took today, because it was like, let's go!
I think we've teased it long enough. I'm getting hyped. I am doing my usual calm, collected, getting hyped. Starship Flight 10 is an hour away. I think we've teased it enough. Let's play the video.
Ship 36 just blew up.
Oh my god.
We have liftoff.
We have 33 healthy Raptor engines.
Booster engine cut off.
And hot staging, look at that. Wow.
Fly, baby, fly.
Let's go! The booster is no go for a catch.
Four, 3, 2. Well, there's an awful lot of clouds up here on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel. Jack and I are all set up. We've got, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, Y'all are five different cameras. You got another camera up there, 6, probably 7 cameras. We've got a few cameras that you don't have to stand at attention or anything, dude.
I don't know. It's kind of like this is like my
He's
resting.
like in parade rest.
Because when I do this, I like kind of slouch.
You slouch?
Yeah, this is my anti-slouch technique. I don't know. Sawyer taught it to
Sort
me.
of like pulls it back together. Anyways, we're up here. We are all set, ready for launch. I wonder how much we're gonna see if it launches today, though. We've got some pretty dark clouds over this way. We actually had to clear off the roof earlier due to a lightning warning. We've got lightning detectors around, and we were getting lightning a little bit too close for comfort. So we cleared off and stopped setting up and waited for all that weather system to clear out. We don't have that now, but it's pretty dark in the east direction here. So
yeah, like if I look over here, sure. If I look over there, yeah.
It's
if I look over here, not great. If I look over there, oh, that's your on-site weather. I'm not as good as Ryan.
It's like that way, not looking too, but that weather has been missing us to the north here. We sort of watched this, and it's been skirting up the northern part of the island, so we haven't actually gotten wet here yet, knock on wood. But we are all ready to go. The clock continues to count down at the Margaritaville Hotel.
Absolutely. Are they going to take it away from us, or do we get to keep talking?
I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm just going to take the moment to say, holy cow! That report from Sam. I mean, this field report.
Oh,
who cares?
yeah. I saw that.
That field report from Sam was awesome.
Cool.
I'm so glad that came together. But everybody's just pulling, 110%, trying to get this thing done. I'm sure SpaceX and everybody over there is doing the same thing, trying to get this rocket off the ground. So at this point, it's up to the weather gods. Hopefully they cooperate. Otherwise, I'm going to be yelling at some clouds.
I feel like I'm looking at 39A.
Yeah, in a suit, in a dragon suit. Yeah, but it's been a fun one. Like normally, launches are very rushed to get everything done. Today, a lot of the things were already done.
Yeah.
So I actually got to hang out at the ranch a little bit.
Nice.
Anthony made me coffee. Thank you, Anthony, if you're listening. It was delicious, and that's why I'm so hyper. But for real, we actually got to spend a little bit extra time.
Chill out a little bit.
Yeah, I got some extra cameras set up. So I feel very bad for everybody that only got the one chance at the attempt yesterday and had to leave. But from my perspective, selfishly, I'm feeling good about today. I really hope the weather cooperates and they can get this thing off the ground, get some data, and move this program on to the next step.
Push it on to the next Block 2 Starship to get out of the way so we can get into the Block 3s. You're right, Jack. Today, we left a lot of the gear up here. A bunch of the cases are weatherproof. We bagged some other stuff, but we put it up here and we didn't have to carry it all up. It's so tough when you have to lug all the gear up here and it's hot and you're sweating and you get exhausted and then it's time for lunch.
And I don't even mind lugging gear or getting hot, sweaty, and exhausted. It's doing that after being awake for 16 hours, after 2 hours of sleep, after being awake for it all adds up, right? A little bit of challenge, no problem. But when you have a challenging week and you get to the end of the week and this is the catharsis, we all want to see it go.
Yep.
Suffice to say.
So that's our report from up here on the roof right now. I think in just a second we'll toss it back here. We're not set up to answer questions or anything. I don't even know where my phone is right now.
What's a phone?
What's a phone? But,
I have a computer I keep in my pocket.
Nice. But we'll go ahead and send it back to some of the views from that end. We'll make sure that all our gear is ready to go. If we get a launch, we'll be tracking it up here from the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island.
If the buyer family's watching, I love you. Bye.
Nice. Just gonna turn around and go back to our work now.
Jack said he was going to leave for half an hour to go get his camera set up, and an hour later, now I find out he's playing with DAS on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel. Anyways, I'll forgive him because we've been getting so much support. Crafty Geek with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Interesting question about the sunset, Alex. Are we jellyfish territory or are we too early?
We're very, very early. It's not going to be for another hour or so after the launch, so it's not really within the window. Now, downrange though, close to Florida and around the Cuban Islands and things like that, once you get to that point, that is probably going to be dark enough perhaps that you might see the final portion of the ship engine burn, right? So you might be able to have some kind of jellyfish effect downrange, sort of the way that we see, for example, in Florida when it's still daylight but they are launching into the night, for example. And up the coast, it's already well dark enough that they can see that effect. So very similarly, that could happen here as well, where, you know, at the launch site, there's probably not going to be any jellyfish effect. There's also the fact that there are lots of clouds in the way, so maybe that will not allow us to see any jellyfish or anything. Let's hope we do, because we have our tracking assets and everything. We want to see the rocket for as long as we can, but we're definitely not going to see a jellyfish. People downrange, they may have a chance of seeing that.
And we also had Elizabeth Hopener, one of those names we always see in chat, with a $100 super chat. No message. No message. A $100 super chat. I mean, that's just bonkers support as usual. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It's so greatly appreciated, that support in there. And then we had a $50 super chat from Bideford, another regular in chat. Bideford is always in chat, always providing the... And yeah, Bideford, I just want to say that we are all sending our thoughts in your direction today. So fingers crossed we do get a pretty launch indeed for your son's launch. So yeah, fingers crossed. But again, Bideford, thank you so much for the support. You're always in chat. It's just incredible to see. T-minus 55 minutes to go. Adrian, we've had a go for propellant load. We're getting hyped up. We've finally played the video again. I'm going to ask the thing. I want a vibe check. How are you vibing? Do you think it's going to go?
That's a good question. I didn't think about that so far. Yes. I don't know why, but yes. I always feel like these days, when weather is an issue, I get too pessimistic. And then I'm getting surprised. And yeah, I feel confident they have a very good chance to go today. And I will fully say, if they launch today, I think we will see a fully stable re-entry. There, I'm that's the one thing I'm very optimistic about. I think they figure it out. I think it's finally time to see some good old plasma again.
Someone clip that. Alex, what's your vibe? How your vibes do? No, let's talk about the ship. We should be seeing some tank activity shortly. Some subcoolers should be kicking in shortly as well. How's that whole deal going at T-minus 53 minutes?
Yeah, so we had the go for propellant load, but propellant load has not started yet. That should be happening hopefully in 38 seconds from now, at least according to the SpaceX website. They have the start of fuel load on the ship at the T-minus 53 minute mark. So in roughly 27 seconds from now, that'll be the start of liquid methane load on the ship. And we see now the comeback of the tower vent. That is more related to the liquid oxygen side of the ship loading, which, by the way, should be happening around 8 minutes after that at T-minus 45 minutes and 20 seconds. So they are preparing now for that. Of course, they are preparing for that liquid oxygen load on the second stage on the ship. And so, yeah, we're probably going to get some kind of confirmation in the next few minutes from SpaceX that propellant load has begun on the ship. But there we can see, just so you can imagine what we're seeing here, of course, the ship has two main tanks, two header tanks. The main tanks are right there, sort of in the middle of the ship. The two header tanks are on the top, at the tip of the nose cone. The two main tanks, the top one is the methane tank, the bottom one is the oxygen tank. It's reversed for the header tanks. The one on the tip, right at the tip, is the oxygen header tank, and then the methane tank is right underneath that. The booster, it's mostly just tank. It's like all of it, it's pretty much tank. So and it follows the same as the main tanks on the ship. It's got the liquid methane tank on the top and the liquid oxygen tank at the bottom. It also has a small-ish landing tank as well that it is used for liquid oxygen reserves for landing. But that is where we are right now. We should be into that fuel load on the ship if everything is still on track and if we are to believe the SpaceX website and their countdown there as well.
Briefly for a moment, we can see Das still getting set up on the roof in one of his fancy Hawaiian shirts, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We are now under an hour, so of course it's natural. Some people may just be joining the stream for the first time on YouTube on the Popular Science channel. We welcome you. Thank you very much for joining NSF's live coverage of Starship Flight 10. And we are getting some questions in chat, such as this one from another Jake, asking, what was the cause of yesterday's scrub? Alex, of course, this is the second attempt at this launch, the second time now they're getting into propellant load. What went wrong yesterday, and what has SpaceX done to work on those issues and, well, be able to load propellant into the vehicle as we're seeing right now?
Yeah, they had an issue with one of the lines on the quick disconnect arm for the ship, and that occurred pretty much right after propellant load started. There we can see that sort of replay of yesterday's actions and this morning's actions, I guess. There we can see that little vent that was part of the leak that happened on the liquid oxygen ground line for the ship. And what they did is overnight they went up, they took out they did not even try to fix the leak. They just replaced the entire hose, the entire umbilical that goes up there, and replaced it with a new one instead of, oh, let's try and fix it. No nonsense of like that. They just completely replaced it. It's better to just go with the safe and trusted pipe that they already had there in storage, right? And so that's what they did. Then they went this morning and did a lot of checkouts of the quick disconnect arm, of the umbilical and everything, and they prepared the ship. And thankfully now there should be methane running through those lines. That one in particular is the liquid oxygen one, so that will not be active until 5 minutes from now per the timeline, but let's hope for no leaks on this one.
Indeed, no leaks is the goal, and we are still seeing some of those wonderful. These are clouds we want to see, Adrian, right? The clouds coming from the tank farm. We want to see these clouds. We don't want to see the clouds in the sky. We do want to see the nice clouds running around the tank farm. But yeah, we are still seeing that activity progressing as we are expecting. The clouds in the sky, they're still there, even if we don't want them to be there, but they're there nonetheless. And of course, if you're just joining us, SpaceX has given that go for propellant load. The launch director, the person in charge of directing today's launch, they have decided that the conditions are looking good, and they are confident in counting down towards a current T0 that is 59 minutes away. And I'm just looking from our wide view here, Adrian. Is that the tower vent in the background that's really kind of thickened up there?
I like
that. It was a little thin stream earlier.
Yeah, I have to say, I like the sound we are hearing right now. There's hard to explain. There's always like certain sounds we like to hear. Also, the subcoolers are going extremely crazy right now, which usually means there's active flow through them. Because if you now imagine, for example, methane, I'm just saying, methane flowing through them, then that would rapidly boil off that nitrogen because it's cold, like it's a heat exchange, right? Nitrogen boils off, comes out of the subcoolers. I think we should keep a very, very close eye at this point at the methane tank of the ship, because I think methane load on the ship has started.
Yeah.
So I think we're already seeing some early condensation on the ship's upper tank. And there you can also see that some of the lines are very frosty. Yeah, there's definitely methane load going on.
Yeah, the methane line, which is the one sort of on the right-hand side, that's the one that is currently frosty. The liquid oxygen line, the one that they repaired, the one on the left, there's like two big pipes. That's what I'm referring by left and right. So if you looked at that view of the quick disconnect arm, the big one on the right is the one with the liquid methane, and the one on the left is the one with the liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen load should begin in about 2 minutes from now, at least according to the timeline. And that tower vent that we're seeing right now, it's part of that procedure to prepare for that, because it's a very cold liquid, and they are getting ready to chill down those lines up to the tower with the liquid oxygen flowing through them, and that's where they're venting right now. They're venting that liquid oxygen. And so one of the things that we're going to see is before that liquid oxygen load starts, we're going to see that vent coming out, essentially the other way around, not coming out, but like going away and stopping. So we'll probably see that in a minute or so.
And we are still patiently waiting. But of course we have that methane load underway on the ship, and I'm not seeing any leaks from the ship quick disconnect umbilical there. Adrian,
however,
how are you feeling?
However, I will add to this. Yesterday the LOX line leaked. So on the right side, as Alex said, from our perspective, is the methane line. On the left side is the LOX line. And yesterday, what we saw was a leak of the LOX line. So we are about 2 minutes or so away where we would see similar conditions than yesterday. If they would have not fixed it. But of course, they fixed it, so that will not happen. But yeah, methane load liquid oxygen load is less than a minute away.
Yeah, we are counting down. Oh, look at that OLM vent going,
Oh,
Alex.
beautiful.
That is quite a vent.
Yep. I think I see also some venting as well from the chimes. They've been venting every now and then as they load that liquid carbon dioxide on those tanks for the fire suppression system. So, yeah.
Look at that discoloration on a methane tank.
Oh, this is looking good. It's looking so good.
Yeah, for the people wondering where it is, if you see the middle of the ship, right in the middle of the ship, you see this reinforced line where basically the two tanks, the methane and the liquid oxygen tank met, and right above that you can now see discoloration, and that is because liquid methane is now flowing into this tank, which rapidly cools down the air there. There it is. That's discoloration from the cold methane, not touching the walls yet, but it's basically in the common bulkhead below it. And that cooling down alone will basically already result in a huge effect of frost.
And very quickly, Noel J, once again, 50 more Red Team memberships. Support is just incredible. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you another shout out now whilst I have the opportunity to. We have also had so many other people in chat gifting memberships left, right and centre. I have to say, it must be over, like way over 400 gifted memberships at this point. I lost track about an hour ago. But seriously, guys, thank you so much for the support. All of these cameras, all of these streams, we simply couldn't do it without you. So even if you're just hitting that like button, thank you so much. And that discoloration is continuing to grow on the ship. We are seeing the steel reacting to the super cold propellants inside of the vehicle. And then, Adrian, we should start to see that frost rising. The frost itself isn't actually... are we actually seeing some... Sorry, my preview is quite small. We are seeing some frost right now.
Yeah, you can see it at the very bottom of the methane tank, I think. We're seeing some very early ice forming. That is the moment where it touches the wall. And it will... In the beginning, you think, oh, this is rising slowly. But once it's rising, it will rise fast. So that will be interesting. And also the tower vent has stopped, which means the liquid oxygen load on the ship has now started as well, which means both tanks of the ship are being loaded at this point. The next step we are in for is the start of booster methane load, which will be in 2 minutes from now.
And we are expecting that frost to start rising. But Adrian, the frost isn't the propellant itself. Sometimes I see this misconception in the community. The frost isn't the propellant itself. The frost is more the water in the atmosphere gets frozen onto the vehicle, because if you touched Starship right now, it would be really cold because it's got these cryogenic propellants inside.
Absolutely. You have to remember that the wall of Starship is incredibly thin, right? Like it's a 3 to 4 millimeter, depending on where you are, thin steel wall. So now imagine a wall like that being in contact with minus 100 to minus 200 degrees Celsius liquids. You basically get an instant condensation effect on the outside of that wall, because that steel will transmit that cold very, very well. So you have like a very, very cool outer layer of this ship that can be that will result in a lot of frost. This frost is not a problem for any sort of like weight consideration. SpaceX is very much thinking about this ice when doing all of their calculations, and in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much. But it's an effect we see on Starship, and honestly, Ryan, it makes it look really, really cool.
Yeah, I would be surprised if there's anyone who disagrees with that sentiment there. It certainly does. I mean, it looks cool, just, you know, stacked at the pad by itself, but, you know, extra cool factor, you can't say no. There is apparently, I say apparently, I mean we've been keeping track of the weather all day today. Alex, have we gotten any more information on how the weather is tracking so far, approaching T-minus 41 minutes.
I will quickly take that.
Alex with us.
Yeah, at this point, they are still watching the weather. Definitely, we have the information that SpaceX thinks the weather is the biggest threat to the launch today, and they're still having that as a watch item. So yeah, as we expected, I think, Ryan. Like we knew this would kind of be a thread the needle kind of thing, and it seems to be the case.
Yeah. T-minus 40 minutes and counting. That is the current situation at Starbase. The tank farm is going, propellant load is underway, the clouds are clouding, the storms are storming, but fingers crossed the storms are going to be far enough in the distance that they won't be causing a problem in 40 minutes time.
Yeah, it's,
I mean,
look
I
at
just
that.
have to say, oh, hello, Elon. But yeah, that drone shot was very, very pretty. Of the two towers just drifting around, a little bit of a tower eclipse there. Because of course Starbase, the launch site, is under a lot of development right now. There's a lot of stuff going on, and we need to.
Yeah, I think
it's
we should
always
do.
awesome to see.
Starships
Apparently,
with
Elon Musk is
people are out
providing a
among the
technical
stars exploring the
update
universe.
right now, so we'll throw to that.
Yeah. So the why. It's always important to explain the why of things, and the why of Starship is that we want to be a multi-planet species to extend consciousness beyond Earth. I think for two main reasons. One is to ensure the long-term survival and prosperity of life as we know it in consciousness, which if we are a multi-planet species and ultimately a multi-stellar species out there among the stars, the probability of survival is much, much longer. That's kind of the, defensive aspect or life insurance for life collectively. But then there also need to be things that are inspiring and exciting and that give you reason to live. Life cannot just be about solving one tragic problem after another. There must be also reasons to get up in the morning and be excited about the future. And a future where we are a spacefaring civilization is infinitely more exciting than one where we are not.
And we're doing it all pretty unique location. I mean, the pad's behind us. We got rocket on the tower. We got another tower with it. We're sitting inside Star Factory. And I mean, it wasn't like this for very long. This is all pretty brand new.
Yeah, I think we moved Starship here in about the early part of 2019. So we've been coming that entire time and seeing the site evolve from a double wide trailer and a tent where we built Starhopper to the first suborbital test flights. And now we have behind us two towers for the first time as we build towards the first operational flight from the second tower at the end of this year. And this beautiful building, 1,000,000 square feet, where we're able to work towards a production line of Starships.
Yeah, the SpaceX team has done an incredible job of building out really the most advanced rocket manufacturing facility that has ever existed. This is far beyond any rocket fabrication facility that has ever been built. This is essentially alien-level technology, and it was all built here basically down by the Rio Grande River and close to the beach. It's an incredibly improbable location, and this used to be a sandbar. I think we're about 3 feet or about a meter above sea level. It really was nothing. If you see the time lapse from sandbar to two launch towers and a gigantic rocket factory with high bays, and we're going to be building something called the Gigabay, which is like one of the largest enclosed volumes on Earth. So it's sort of like a gigantic Borg cube that we're going to be building here for building and storing these gigantic rockets. It's really spectacular, and anyone can come and visit. So because we're on a public highway and we're literally by a public beach, you can actually come and see the rocket. You quite close up. I mean, you can drive past it, and you can also look at the factory. And anyone could do this from anywhere in the world. So if you can come and visit and check it out. So I think it's pretty cool that it's
not right now.
Just not right now.
Just not right
Obviously not when we're launching because there's some safety issues. But the rocket's often just sitting on the pad without any propellant in it, and then you can you can just come here and visit. It's very easy.
Yeah, I think it's a really special place. Yesterday, the ship went down the road behind us, and I saw families outside going for on Sunday going for their Sunday stroll, and they were greeted by Starship going down. And I think that from the very beginning, the thing about Starship, different than Falcon and other rockets that I'm aware of, is we designed it to be mass-produced and mass-produced at scale. And it's not about building one Starship and getting to orbit once. It's about doing it in a sustained and rapid way.
Yeah, we're aiming for ultimately thousands of ships to be built per year, which is what's needed in order to construct a city on Mars that is self-sustaining. And the major fork in the road of destiny will be when the Mars city is capable of surviving, even if the resupply ships from Earth stop coming for any reason. And that reason could be something cataclysmic, or it could be that that civilization simply subsided. There's always this debate throughout history of will civilization end with a bang or a whimper. But either way, if the critical thing is to get to the point where Mars is self-sustaining and can survive even if the resupply ships stop coming for any reason, which means that you need to build an entire base of industry on Mars in order for Mars to survive. For example, it's not simply enough to build a chip, like a computer chip factory, but you need the ability to build computer chip factories. So this is going to really take a lot of tonnage. I mean, my guess is at least 1 million tons to the surface of Mars, and maybe it takes less than that, but it's going to be a lot. But this is a very exciting future. It's one which will ensure the long-term survival and prosperity of life and consciousness, and it's the critical stepping stone to get from this solar system to other star systems, and perhaps go out there and explore, and perhaps we'll encounter alien civilizations that maybe they're alive now, or maybe they enjoyed a period of prosperity for millions of years, but also died out millions of years ago. So it's humbling to think of the age of the universe, according to the standard model of physics, being approximately 13.8 billion years old. So an incremental million years would be 3 digits past the decimal point. And if you look at, say, our civilization and measure our civilization by the first evidence of writing, which is about 5,500 years ago, civilization as measured from the first writing is only 1/millionth of Earth's existence.
Or blip.
Yeah. Flash in the pan so far.
Well, we're getting some cool shots. Rocket out on the pad right now. We tell people, like, come down, see it. It's hard to get, like, a sense of scale of just how massive this thing is. And we were able to catch somebody working on it a little while ago. And, like, part of the reason you said we're sending millions of tons, that's kind of why this thing is so massive. I think in this image, Dan,
you can actually see the person working at the bottom of the ship. And as we zoom out, you see the full ship, that sort of two-tone silver and black, and then the booster below it, right? And it really sets the scale, which doesn't come across, I think, other than in person. And when I do tours, I like to say Starship is real, Starship is big, and Starship is really big. And I think you can see there, and with the factory shots you saw earlier, again, we've got Flight 10 on the pad, but we got many more behind it.
Yeah, so I posted a video yesterday of just a brief scan of part of the Starship factory, and you can get a sense of the scale of the factory. Yeah, I guess we could talk a bit about why Starship is the way it is. Like, for example, why is half of the ship black and half of it is silver colored? And that's because the bottom half of the ship, the bottom as seen from orbital entry, has a heat shield on it. So the black there is the heat shield, and then the core structure of the rocket is a special alloy of stainless steel. And that's where you see the sort of shiny silver parts are stainless steel. The reason for steel over aluminum is that the heat of atmospheric entry and the heat of the rocket engines is enough to easily melt aluminum, but steel is much more resilient against both ascent heating, but especially the re-entry heating. And you don't have to paint it, which is actually very difficult to paint a large object that is going through cryogenic cycles and have the paint stay on. It's quite challenging.
And so we've talked about it. It's massive. It obviously takes a whole lot of energy to make that thing move. And that's where Raptor really starts to come in. Most advanced engine on the planet. Giant
yes.
lightsaber.
No, that's a lightsaber and a half. You would get vaporized in an instant if you were standing in front of Raptor. So, yeah, burnt to a crisp in less than a second. So in order to create a fully reusable orbital rocket, you have to advance the state of the art in every part of the rocket. That means the engines have to be better than any engine ever. The structure's got to be better than any structure ever. You've got to you've got to have a means of bringing the rocket back to the launch pad. You've got to have a fully reusable orbital heat shield, and that no one has ever made a fully reusable orbital heat shield. The space shuttle, for example, required 9 months of refurbishment between flights. So the space shuttle heat shield would come back essentially partially broken and would require many months of refurbishment in order to fly again. What we're trying to achieve here with Starship is to have a heat shield that can be flown immediately. So the ship, both the ship and the booster, would be caught by the tower arms, and the booster would be placed immediately back on the launch stand, and the ship's got to orbit Earth at least once, but then could be back potentially in one orbit, but in most cases several orbits. So the ship would come back several hours later, but then be caught by the arms and placed on top of the booster. You could also have multiple ships ready so that a single booster could service 5 or more ships, so that you could be flying the booster in theory every hour. This is kind of a profoundly fast speed, obviously, for the largest flying object by far ever made. But it's the reason why we catch the booster with the tower arms, and the ship also will be caught with the tower arms, because that's the fastest way to get the booster and the ship back to flight. If we had instead put landing legs, which we have done before for the ship tests, we actually had landing legs that flipped down, and the ship we've successfully demonstrated landing with legs. But if you do that, if we were to do that with the booster and the ship, here we'd have to land somewhere else with the legs, then lift the rocket, stow the legs, transport the rocket back to the pad, which is very unwieldy when you've got a gigantic thing. Then it would be picked up by these tower arms and placed in the launch mount. That would delay the reusability dramatically and would add a lot of mass with the landing legs. So that's why we catch the rocket with the tower arms, because it's the same tower arms that put the rocket in the launch mount are used to catch the rocket. And that means that we can put the booster back in the launch mount in less than an hour after liftoff. In fact, the booster is going to come back very fast. 5 or 6 minutes later, this booster is coming back one way or another, or not coming back. So then you really have propellant fill time, which can be brought down to about 30, 40 minutes. And that means it is theoretically possible to fly the booster again in less than an hour.
I think when I think about it, it's the jet drives up to the jetway, the people get off, new people get on, and it leaves. You don't want to land the jet on a different airfield and then tow it over to the jetway. So it's just operationally simpler and faster.
Yeah, we've had a lot of success with the booster, 3 for 3 on the catch attempts. When we bring it back, we've reflown one, so awesome. And then, again, Starship superpowers, the whole thing is reusable. So ship reusability is like what we're working on right now. We've been able to get some really spectacular re-entries on a couple of flights, hoping to get this one for re-entry on the V2 ship. But yeah, that fully reusable heat shield, that thing that has just never been done before, that's one of the things we're really looking for that data on.
Yeah, I mean, there are thousands of engineering challenges that remain for both the ship and the booster, but maybe the single biggest one is the reusable orbital heat shield. We are confident in in making a fully reusable orbital heat shield, but it will require many flights, many iterations to figure out where the weak points are in the heat shield, where we need to change the design, either strengthening the tile or changing how big the gap is between tiles, changing what's underneath the tile. There's 100 different variables that we could tweak with the ship tiles, the heat shield tiles. But the only way to know exactly what we should be adjusting is to fly repeatedly and be able to examine the ship upon landing. And we have successfully brought the ship back through the atmosphere and achieved a soft landing multiple times. So we know that this is possible, but we have in the process shed many heat shield tiles. So we need to be able to do this without shedding heat shield tiles and do so repeatedly.
And I think what you're seeing now is the Starship. This is CG of it coming in and landing on the tower, much like the booster, but there's some additional challenges there where we need to make sure we don't scrape the tiles off as we slide along the chopstick
We can't
arms.
shuck the heat shield.
Don't crush the ship.
Rapid reusability.
If we shuck the tiles, then that's obviously going to fail the reusability test.
So ships can use the tower to land and catch like the booster here on Earth where towers are available. And for our initial landings on Mars and other planets, we'll need landing legs that deploy much like what you're seeing here with Ship 15 when we did our suborbital test to prove out the precision descent landing, which was a successful test. We actually landed two. One was we were able to actually recover it, and you can see it here in the rocket garden if you visit Starbase.
So the rocket garden that Bill mentioned, we have actually a whole bunch of boosters and ships, and we'll be adding to them over time. So you can see an evolution of Starship just by driving down the highway.
Yeah. So reusability is key. There's some other technologies we're still looking to prove out. Really big one is going to be the on-orbit refilling. Looking to do that next year, and that's really what's going to kind of unlock, Starship going everywhere else, going everywhere beyond Earth. And that's something that's, again, never been done before, kind of like that reusable orbital heat shield, but is going to be something that's kind of some of the other secret sauce to Starship, where we're going to be able to send hundreds of tons per ship to Mars.
Yeah, I like to think of it as if we get to orbit with a full cargo bay, but we're empty on fuel and oxygen. So basically, we're running on fumes. Then we send other ships to dock, transfer propellant. And now we made our two-stage rocket look like a many, many multi-stage rocket. And we get all of that performance. And we can take that full cargo bay now wherever we want to go.
Yeah, so a crucial technology that we hope to demonstrate next year is this orbital refilling, much like aerial refueling. It's essential for being able to send significant payload to Mars. So you essentially send a ship to orbit with a few hundred tons of payload, sort of a filled payload bay. But once it gets to orbit, the tanks will be mostly empty, and then you send up additional tanker ships to refill the Mars ship's tanks, so that it can thrust from Earth orbit to Mars and have enough propellant left for landing. So this is orbital refilling is also not something that's ever been demonstrated before. So that would be a brand new technology. We obviously have at SpaceX figured out how to dock repeatedly with the space station. So in a lot of ways, this is like docking, and in some ways it's easier in that SpaceX is docking with its own craft. But no one has ever demonstrated propellant transfer in orbit, to the best of our knowledge, and so this would be propellant transfer at a very large scale. And but with full reusability and propellant transfer, those are the key technologies needed for building a city on Mars. And I'm confident that the SpaceX team, which is incredibly talented, will achieve these goals. And we will be landing ships on Mars in the future and building life on Mars, building greenhouses and life on Mars, and ensuring the long-term survival of life as we know it. And it's important to note here that obviously, we are effectively stewards of life here on Earth. That the other creatures cannot build spacecraft and get to other planets. So if there were to be a cataclysmic event, like a giant meteor that destroyed the dinosaurs, or ultimately the sun will expand to envelop Earth and destroy all life. We know this is an undisputed fact. Then if we don't take life to another planet, all life will be destroyed. So it's incumbent upon us to ensure that we do bring life to other planets and ensure the long-term survival of life as we know it on planet Earth.
And I mean, aside from that, there's so much that Starship unlocks by being able to do these things. Like, we'll be able to go to Mars, but there are other just transformational things by being able to take that many people, that much stuff to space for that much less money.
Yeah, I mean, I think like understanding our planet better, being able to move people around the planet, make it feel smaller and more accessible. You could go anywhere on the Earth, in less than 40 minutes, basically, in terms of flight time. So I really do see Starship as being this thing that can connect us, just like Starlink connects our information. This can connect us more physically.
Yeah. So there's really nothing faster than a rocket. Really, an orbital rocket is the fastest thing that we know of of the fastest means of transport. So, like, you could go from LA to Sydney in less than half an hour. You could go LA to Tokyo in less than half an hour. You could go from New York to Singapore in half an hour. Everything's roughly half an hour, basically. Some things might be 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sign me up for that, please. All right, cool.
Cross the Atlantic in 10 minutes, no problem.
Please. Yes, sign me up.
You're going 25 times the speed of sound, so that's 30 times faster than a commercial aircraft.
And it's a whole hell of a lot better view.
Yeah, it's a hell of a view.
Yeah. All right, cool. Anything else, guys? Anything else?
Well,
you're really excited
we
about
could
coming
say
out?
a lot more.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go check in on the rocket and get on
All right,
console.
we're going to go back on console to hopefully the weather supports the launch tonight. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, and yeah, thanks for your support.
Thanks for crashing,
bye.
guys.
All right.
Well.
And there we go. Welcome back, everybody. That was a quote-unquote technical update from Elon Musk, and we had some other SpaceX folks on the stream there as well. Alex and Adrian, we are at team 18 minutes. I don't know if you want to just give us a quick rundown of anything that shouted out to you. There weren't really any technical details there. It was really the speech we've heard before, but I'm not sure if anything did stand out to you guys.
No. I really tried to pay attention to it. There was nothing new in that. So no offense, but I wish I could give you any news. What just said that is new to us. There was nothing new. So let's just focus on this flight. And yeah.
Indeed, I think I will share that sentiment with you there, Adrian. We are watching a live view there of the OLM. We're now watching the rocket from the Danger Lot. Our trailer was set up yesterday, and then SpaceX allowed us to go tweak some things as well. So we've been waiting a little while. And Adrian, I think I might be seeing, for the first time, a blue patch of sky appearing in the background. Oh, look at that, look at that.
Yeah, it's looking very good indeed on that. We can confirm that right now SpaceX is not tracking no hardware issues. If you look at this camera, it doesn't look quite as well. So we'll see if they're able to find this gap in the weather. And are launching today. They are basically, depending on which camera we are on, you can be either dooming or very happy about this. So this is like a good camera, like I'm happy face, and then I go to one of the other cameras and it's like, so yeah, really depending right now on how you look at, and we will know more in 17 minutes from now, Ryan.
Starting to get real. We're seeing propellant load on the vehicle, the condensation around the launch site. We're seeing this beautiful clouds forming on the ground.
Look at that orange.
Yeah, I mean, we could be in for a pretty sunset launch here. These are the clouds we want to see on the ground, caused by the tank farm. We don't want to see those clouds in the air, but it looks like we will be getting a cloudy launch if it does indeed launch in 16 minutes' time. But nonetheless, fingers crossed that sunset behind the clouds make it even more prettier than it would have been before.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's getting there, Ryan. I'm building up hype again here, but it's happening. Potentially in 15 minutes from now, we know. I want to already talk about this because we don't fully know what Starship's hold capabilities at this point are at the T minus 40-second hold, because there's a very good chance they may take that hold. I just want to preempt that. There's a chance that they opt for that hold. If they are if they're taking that, we don't know exactly how long that could be. It's like somewhere between 15 to 30 minutes, and that's probably giving them the chance to almost go to the end of the window if they need to.
Yep. As a reminder, for those of you just joining us, I've been looking at the line. Chat has been growing. There's tens of thousands of you in there right now. We are keeping an eye on things. Someone else who's keeping an eye on things is Das, who is in the field right now on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel, I think at T minus 15 minutes. Let's him one last time.
Hey y'all, we're still up here. We're down at South Padre Island on the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort, waiting to see if this thing goes or not. I'm John Galloway over here. With me I've got Jack Vire.
How's it going?
Yeah, well, you ready, Jack?
As ready as I'll ever be. The weather hasn't really changed. I mean, there's a little blue over there. There's a lot of blue over the Gulf. So if it does go, I'm optimistic we'll see the booster come back down through the clouds at least, maybe. But it's still looking gnarly over that way.
Yep.
It's still looking okay over there.
It's a clear day at least.
Yeah.
Like some days we get so much haze up here and you look across and the rocket is like barely visible because there's so much haze.
Yep.
We're good to go on that right now. It looks fantastic haze-wise. We just don't know how long we'll see it because these clouds, or if these clouds will let the rocket actually go.
Right.
Now, there are some storm systems further inland. We can see a bunch of big thunderheads way off in the distance, maybe 30, 40 miles away. I didn't measure, but they're that way, but I think they're far enough away. The question is, are they all attached? You ever heard the attached anvil rule? And are these upper level clouds sort of allowing some of that, I don't know, treble electrification? That thing. Or some other effects that may prevent them from launching. We'll see. We're going to be up here. We're rocking our Hawaiian shirts. Jack's got his Phoenix Rising shirt here. If you're looking for stuff like this, you want to help support what we do and buy us a cheesecake after we carry all of this equipment up to the roof and then carry it back down again yesterday and then carried it back up again today. You can check us out. We're at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Y'all have heard that like 50 times already, but it really is a great way to help us out. Tips.nasaspaceflight.com
Tips is a big one. I know tips is like extra effort, but you bypass all of the people who try to take a cut.
All the
collectors,
fees.
whatever you want to call it. So taking the extra, every little bit of support helps, even if it's not monetary. Hitting the like button means that other people will see this, and that's huger than huge because that's what fuels us, is everybody's excitement and everybody that watches us. But if you do go to tips.nasaspaceflight.com, that is huge because it goes directly to us, which is magnificent, and we're absolutely throwing all the gear and all the people power and all the effort and all the energy that we can at this, just because it's a big deal. We need to get this rocket in the air. We need to get this program moved on,
we need to get it going. We spend your money very judiciously, right? Like, do we have a huge set with a bunch of lights and stuff like that? Nah, we went to Home Depot and we got a Husky light here. And our light for our set is a Husky rechargeable
Bro, I went to film school. There's not even a C-stand on that. I'm going to have friends clowning on me in my DMs like, bro, you didn't even put a scrim on there? Give me a half net. And I'm just like, oh.
That's not a thing. We do an awful lot of shopping at Home Depot, but we really do appreciate y'all's support. We couldn't do this without you. Like Jack said, doesn't have to be money. Just chatting and hanging out with us. Send it to your friend and family. Be like, hey mom, hey look, the rocket's gonna go, and send mom a link.
Hi, also Das's mom.
My mom sends me links actually. She's like, you're on the stream right now, and I'm like, I know mom. I'm aware that I'm on the stream. That's why I'm talking. Hi mom, if you're watching right now.
Hi, Mom.
She's probably in chat if chat's not going too fast. But anyways, that is us over here. South Padre Island. We're the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort. Fantastic place to watch from here as well, but we are ready to go. Let's kick it back to the rest of the team and see if we get a launch.
Fingers crossed we get some good views from the hotel roof. Das and Jack, thank you very much. There's over 77,000 of you joining us right now, which is absolutely bonkers to think about. And a lot of you guys have been joining in the last few minutes. Adrian, For those of viewers just joining us, we are, I believe, 29 minutes into a 60-minute window. SpaceX is keeping an eye on the weather, but they've gone ahead with propellant load, and we could see a launch if everything goes green in 11 minutes' time.
Yeah, from what we know, SpaceX is tracking no technical issues, so that means on the vehicle side, on the SpaceX side, everything they control, it's going great. And the question is just does weather, if they have to adjust based on that. But yes, they have 31 more minutes in the window. Right now they are tracking 59 in the hour. That's 6:59 local time, PM. And they will be able to adjust based on hold capabilities. I don't believe they have full 31-minute hold capabilities. So at this point, it would be probably a bit of a shorter window, but we shall see. But yes, in 10 minutes and 45 seconds from now, we might see these Raptor engines ignite.
Booster 16 on the pad, ship 37 on top. That's not the ship we thought it would be 2 months ago, almost 2 months ago to the day. But yeah, that is ship 37 on top of booster 16, almost fully fueled as we count down towards the 10th flight of the most powerful rocket ever manufactured by humanity in history ever at all. It is, yeah, something quite spectacular on your screen right now. And we are at T-minus 10 minutes, still counting down. We are approximately 7 minutes away from the ship completing its propellant load. And then 30 seconds after that, the booster propellant load will also wrap up there. So we've still got some propellant to be loaded into the vehicle over the next 6 minutes. But other than that, things progressing like normal. SpaceX keeping an eye on the weather, as we have been saying all day. We've been tracking the weather all day. It hasn't been the prettiest day in Starbase history, but fingers crossed in 9 minutes time it does indeed clear up for a launch. And whilst we have the opportunity to, I think we should probably take a look at just how big Starship is, because we've said it many times before, this is the biggest, most powerful rocket ever manufactured. But I think we can actually prove that, if I've been told correctly. Let's see if we can.
Let's see here. There it is. Next to some quite famous buildings here, Ryan. I heard, I mean, I know that's a graphic from you, so you probably have seen this before.
Yeah, you're asking, oh, Ryan, this is how fascinating, Ryan. It's almost like I made it. But there you go. You can see from the bottom of the mount to the top of the stack, Starship is 141 meters tall. Right, it would barely fit inside the vehicle assembly building. And if you've ever been to the Kennedy Space Center, if you've ever gone on the public Explore tour there, and you've driven past the VAB, that thing's massive. I believe it's the biggest single-story building in the entire world, and SpaceX is currently in Florida and in Starbase underway building a kind of like a 2/3 sized VAB called the Gigabay, which, as I'm sure you heard earlier, Elon was talking about so eloquently there as well.
We should put that on the list, by the way, now that we see the rocket animation, but maybe for the next time we should have an animation of like the potential size of the Gigabay next to it. That would be also
maybe we
cool
need to put that overlay like over the production site.
Yeah, that would be cool. But here's some other vehicles, Ryan, next to it. I mean, New Glenn and SLS probably the only rockets here that are kinda in the same ballpark in terms of size. Even then,
they're in the same
Starship...
ballpark, but I mean, Starship beats them on height there. Starship 123 meters tall, New Glenn and SLS about 98 meters tall. Yeah, I mean, Falcon 9 kind of looks a little bit small. Falcon 9 is a huge rocket. That's SpaceX's workhorse, and it kind of looks small compared to Starship, which is quite funny. But either way, Falcon 9 has been doing an incredible job. Over 500 launches of that rocket now, as we approach the 10th launch of SpaceX's newest rocket, Starship, in maybe 7 minutes' time. Fingers crossed.
Looking at it, I mean, I'm getting pulse warning from my Apple Watch constantly. It's like, by the way, did you ever try meditation in your life? And I'm like, oh, that's a good time, Apple Watch. not right now.
Yeah. Have you? No.
Yes,
I'm just
not right now.
Not right now. I'm just curious with this wide-angle view we have here in the dunes, looking at Starship. In the background, we have got a little bit of sunlight gleaming through the clouds. It's a bit thicker above the launch site right now, but it seems to be thinning out. And then when we were on one of our trailer views earlier, we could see some blue sky over the Gulf. So SpaceX is going to try and thread the needle here. And remember, unlike Falcon, they have a hold capability after they've begun propellant loading. So even though the propellants are super cool, cryogenic propellants, liquid oxygen and liquid methane, SpaceX has that holding capability. They can keep replenishing that propellant. We don't know for exactly how long, but we do know it is an unit of time, however long that is, probably a few minutes.
To be fair, technically, if you ever think a Starship will launch again, it's always a unit of time until that launches.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Chopsticks opened. They opened a few hours ago. And I believe we're seeing some engine chill on the ship. That line there, that begun a few minutes ago, or over 10 minutes ago, in fact. But we're actually seeing venting signs of engine chill underway on the ship.
Yeah, we are very, very close to the end of propellant load. Ship propellant load should end at T-minus 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So 2 minutes from now. 30 seconds after that will be the booster propellant load will be completed at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Hopefully, in just 5 minutes, 15 seconds, that umbilical there that is connected to the ship will retract. That arm will swing out and the rocket will lift off. Oh my god, 5 minutes to launch, guys.
Whew.
5 minutes. Here we go.
Yeah, sorry, it's getting there. My adrenaline is spiking, so it's I'm losing my ability to speak properly my second language.
I can see some orange behind the launch mount. This is good news. We're seeing some good skies, some clearer skies, some sun shining through the clouds, and of course the big cloud in front, which is from the tank farm. That's a good cloud, okay? If there ever was such a thing. That was a good cloud from the tank farm we're seeing in front of the launch mount there. 4.5 minutes. We're going to be listening in. We're going to be hearing some vents. We're going to be hearing some puffs. We're also going to be hearing the squeal from the deluge system. These are normal noises that we expect to hear over the next few minutes. This vehicle is coming alive. The tank farm has been alive for hours at this point. These machines sometimes feel like they're breathing simply because they're expanding and contracting with the different temperatures that they're having to endure, with the different propellants, the different commodities. 4 minutes to go. The adrenaline is starting to flow. I mean, the tank farm is flowing. The adrenaline is flowing. I wonder if SpaceX has to get that trucked in as well. But there we go.
Chat, how are you feeling? Everybody in chat, are you feeling go? Or everybody doing good? Everybody having a fresh drink?
We need a go, no-go poll in chat, to be honest.
Look at those engines.
Fingers crossed it would all be go.
Oh.
And yeah, a beautiful view from SpaceX. We saw a similar view from Elon Musk on X earlier as well. But this one with the booster alive, you can see that condensation dripping through the engine bay there. 33 Raptor engines could ignite in 3 minutes and 17 seconds time. Kind of unbelievable to say that. This is going to be the 10th time that would happen.
This flew by. Like, once again, it's always the problem on Starship launch days. You think you have time, and then you don't. It's crazy.
Yeah, I blinked at T-minus 7 hours, and suddenly it's T-minus 2 minutes. Also, I will just correct myself quickly. We haven't seen 33 engines 10 times. Sometimes they like less than that. But minor pedantic note there. Either way, you know what I meant. And we are now 2 minutes and 38 seconds away. We should be seeing the tower vent returning. I believe it has returned at this point as we reach these final stages of the countdown. Propellant load should be wrapping up at this point. The next item in the timeline is at T-minus 30 seconds, which is when the flight verifies go for launch. That coming up in just over 100 seconds from now. Of course, there's a bit of a delay, so we will not hear that in real time, unfortunately. However, we will know if they're entering a hold at T-minus 40 seconds. Usually that comes up in time for us to realise.
And as of right now, I will say this doesn't mean it doesn't go, but as of right now, the weatherboard is red. At this moment, they cannot launch. That doesn't mean it doesn't change. But right now, SpaceX has confirmed the weatherboard is not go. We will see if that changes.
Indeed. Think happy weather thoughts, everybody. Think happy weather thoughts. 90 seconds on the current clock. They can hold at 40 seconds if they need to.
And they will take that hold. They will take the hold at 40 seconds. Expected if the weatherboard is red, why not do that, right? So that is of course a very, very good thing to do. And there we see, I think, the engines, and yeah, they're
some TVC checkouts there, the thrust vector control, that's what steers the vehicle. We are now 60 seconds, T-minus 60 seconds. It's looking like they will be taking up that hold at T-minus 40 seconds, according to SpaceX, so we will stand by for that information. Don't go anywhere. That does not mean we are not launching. That just means we're going to wait a little while longer, make sure everything is good to go, everything is green for today's launch. So let's stand by and see if we get confirmation of that T-minus 40 second hold.
And at this point, they should have taken that hold, and they have taken that hold. That is expected. They have a weatherboard that is red on weather. They will wait for that to be potentially clear on weather, which right now means they can take this hold, and as soon as the weatherboard goes green, they can send it. At least that's hoping. Like, I hope they send it.
Indeed. So you'll see the clock has turned orange. It's turned into a hold. There's nothing to worry about for the time being.
And there's a certain vent here, Ryan. It's a thing Alex and I like to talk about, because there's a certain deep, like a vent that is most likely some sort of vent down of the fluid interface that is very audible, and they very much also visible sometimes. And that vent usually confirms to us that they have released a hold before we even see it. So that is a very interesting factor. We sometimes get to hear. I'm not sure if we will hear today, but could happen.
Indeed, indeed. Still holding.
It's I will make a very stupid sound, but it's like a poof. Tsh. Like it's a very weird. Like it's a double vent. So we'll hear it potentially, but there's the hold of the booster.
Tank farm still going. Booster still frosty. Ship still frosty.
Yeah, and they
Skies
cannot
look clear in the background.
They cannot hold for the entire window as we suspected earlier, Ryan, but they can hold for a bit. So they will be able to they will be able to at least hold you for a bit and hope for the weather to clear up. The range at this point is green. The weather is still red. And that is based. Yeah, there's an anvil cloud. A pesky anvil cloud. We don't like that cloud.
No, and that might have been caused by one of those other storms we saw moving through the area a little while ago. Of course, a storm did not directly pass over the launch site. However, you don't need that in order to cause a red weatherboard, essentially, right? Those storms have big anvil clouds that follow them around. That's not the meteorological definition, but you understand what I mean. So there's just one of those clouds that appears to be over the launch site. That's causing their weatherboard to be showing red for the time being. Anvil rule, that anvil cloud is the only thing preventing Starship from launching right now. Chat, I think we need some motivation for that anvil cloud to drift out of the way for us.
Anvil cloud, please just get it moving. Like, love you, you look beautiful in pictures, but just get it moving at this point. We really don't need you at this point. And we are... Should I report it, Ryan, or should one you want to report it?
I mean, you're already talking.
Yeah, we have a scrub confirmed. At this point, they will run down the clock all the way towards 10 seconds. And then we'll scrub the launch for today because of the weather rule. So this is a scrub of today's launch.
Not the result our cameras wanted to see, but if things aren't looking right, this is the intended outcome. We do not want to be flying the most powerful rocket ever manufactured when the conditions do not allow for it. I believe we might have just seen the PSS system there maybe, or a little bit of events. But of course, that is a no-go weather condition for flight. Starship Flight 10 has scrubbed for the day that anvil cloud is in the way of the launch site. Again, bit of a bummer for us here, unfortunately, for the live coverage, but this is what SpaceX needs to do in order to make sure they're flying this safely, because as we've seen before, we've also seen some Apollo 12 comes to mind, SCE to AUX. You don't want to be generating your own lightning, right? You want to be safe. You want to be doing things by the book. You want to be doing things correctly. There is a reason why these weather constraints exist. It's because boundaries have been pushed before in the past, and all outcomes have resulted out of that. But there we go. It looks like we may be getting a report from the roof. Let's see if the audio gets piped in. But yeah, sad faces on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel.
Audio. Oh, somebody just tell me if you can hear us. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but you know the saying. You'd rather be on the ground wishing you were flying than flying wishing you were on the ground. We say that. It's like our mantra to try and get through these things, but awful lot of equipment up here. We got garbage bags. We'll secure it. Hopefully we don't get a lot of rain. How you feeling, Jack?
Do you want the honest answer, or do you want the Showtime answer?
The one we can say on stream in front of a bunch of people.
I feel great.
You feel great? Don't lie on stream. We don't.
No, I do feel great. I had a lot of challenges this morning with my remotes, thanks to the overnight rain.
Oh my
So for me personally, this is a chance for redemption now that everything is dried out. But I feel bad for everybody at SpaceX that has to do this again tomorrow. I feel bad for all of our field teams who aren't here at the very nice Cooksey Margaritaville. I feel bad for all the people who only may have had tonight's attempt to be able to see it.
People have to go home. Like, they were here for Sunday and they took an extra day off for Monday, but then on Tuesday the boss is like, really?
But if you remember SN11, and then you look at this,
it's beautiful. The weather is clearing it out. At least it's not hazy.
That's true.
Did you get one of them scrub shirts?
No, but I need to get. I do need to get a scrub shirt. I like that it has the same design as like the ticker.
The ticker, like the clock in the upper, like when it says that.
Chef's kiss.
We need one that says, like, I set up camera equipment on the roof. I lugged camera equipment for 48 hours and all I got was a Starship scrub. It says you watched the entire stream and all you got was a Starship scrub. But I think they're telling me in my ear that the secret shop or whatever is open. The only time you can get that is if it's scrubs. Falcon 9, you can get that a little bit more often because they fly more, but Starship scrubs...
Pretty rare, up until now.
Well, it's not feeling like it, like today it's not feeling like it, but... That's 2 days in a row. We have scrubbed out Flight 10 of Starship out here at Starbase. We are at the Margaritaville Resort. We'll do it again tomorrow.
We'll do it again tomorrow if that's what ends up being the schedule. Just really quick, I cannot stress to everybody enough, with all of the rain, with everybody as tired as they are, with the weather what it is, if you're driving out to Starbase, if you're driving out to Isla Blanca, please, for the love of God, be safe. The roads out here are no joke, especially on Highway 4, which is essentially a park road, a beach road that is now an industrial road. So, like, if you have to go slow and there's people behind it, who cares? Just be safe. Nobody wants to have their fun time ruined because they got a flat tire, because they hit a pothole going too fast. Like, just take it slow, take it easy. Life's a marathon, not a race. It'll be all right. I'm talking to myself at this point.
I'm making the camera move. I want to, like, make the camera move around, but...
Is this the Jackal? You're gonna tell me to run because my name is Jack.
Run. You're lucky I didn't set up the cable to go that way. Anyways, folks, let's toss it back to the rest of the people, but thank you for the support. It is tough out here. It is really not demoralizing. We're here for it, but it's rough. Like, we get all hyped, we get all ready, we get all the gear ready to go, and then it scrubs out. We'll be here tomorrow if y'all are here tomorrow. That'll be our deal. Like, if y'all show up again, we'll show up again too. We'll hang out and see if they can get this thing off the ground. Back to you.
Indeed, indeed. Fingers crossed, better weather will come tomorrow. If indeed SpaceX does go for a launch attempt tomorrow, you can see sad faces at the Rocket Ranch outpost now getting into their coach on the way back out of Starbase. But there you go. For those of you just joining us, Starship Flight 10. Unfortunately, the weather was not cooperating. An anvil cloud hanging over the launch site has scrubbed today's launch attempt. And we are going to stay live for the time being. We're going to take you through the detanking procedures. You know, you never know what could happen. Not going to say it, but, you know, can Starship launch in the rain? We never know what can happen, so we'll just stay live just in case. You never know. Okay, so adrenaline is starting to flow out. I can feel it. I'm sure you can all feel it as well. but we'll keep going nonetheless. We're also starting to see some vehicles moving at the roadblock. Looks like some folks leaving. This is as far as you can get of your own property out there. So I'm not sure if we're seeing any cars to the power just yet. Would be a little bit premature, I would think. But there you go. You can see the sheriff set up there on Highway 4, and people now leaving, turning left, heading towards Brownsville from that point. Anyways, Adrian, I think maybe it's time. Well, Starship is going to depress in a minute. I think it's time for us to kind of depress, chillax, deep breaths. You get worked up, you get hyped up, you think Starship is going to launch, and I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but this is the first time in Starship history, in the full stack Starship history, that it has scrubbed twice in a row. All the previous scrubs, the following attempt, it successfully launched. This time, however, the second time was not the charm. Fingers crossed the third time is the charm, though, whenever that may be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, I mean, we commentators sometimes, like, it's tough for us sometimes on these, because you're getting all hyped up, you're getting all adrenaline, and now we're sitting here, covering detanking, and let's be real, we are also rocket fans, all of us. We are very hyped, we are very excited, but it was just not meant to be today, and that's the situation we are in. Now it's a matter of safely detanking this vehicle, saving as much propellant as they can, because if the more they save, the less they have to retank. And SpaceX has said that they can potentially launch again tomorrow. So that could mean that we at NSF would go for a third stream of 10 plus hours in 3 days. Ryan, are you excited?
It's amazing.
I'm so excited. I'm so we roll out for these things because you guys support us, and we can do that thing. I'll do some leaking here. We are 76 minutes behind on the support queue, so I think when we get to the end of our stream today, there's going to be some support speed running going down, because we have gotten so much support today. I mean, this is the second day in a row we have done this marathon coverage, and we've gotten like equal levels of support, which you'd expect it naturally to die out.
Thanks for that.
Reaction, ladies and gents, to
that's the
scrub.
exact moment. That's the exact moment where scrub was confirmed, and
are we really
were
replaying
recording.
This?
Yeah, we were apparently recording host cameras in the background, and yeah, I was excited.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ryan, I was gonna say,
the
whole thing of going through support and everything, it should be once Jack is back, because he abandoned us.
Oh yeah, Jack abandoned us and went up to the hotel roof to play with cameras and play with DAS and stuff, so I think we should totally make Jack read out the support. Hopefully he didn't hear that, so he does actually want to come back. Let's put it that way. We are keeping an eye on Starship. Alex, of course, SpaceX doesn't publish a scrub timeline like they do the launch timeline. And it looks like we've got some water vessels leaving the observation areas as well. Alex, what is the current timeline? What are we expecting in terms of detanking? Of course, SpaceX needs to offload all of that liquid oxygen and liquid methane that they have just spent the last hour putting on board Starship.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably folks still watching that may not be too aware of how these things go. So let's take the opportunity to probably do a bit of NSF teachings, I guess. But yeah, once they scrub, once they do this sort of thing, whenever it happens, what they do is they offload as much of the propellant as they can. The same way that they load the propellant on the booster and ship, they just run the same system backwards and drain back that propellant to the tank farm. Now, it is true that some of it gets lost. The methane, when it boils off, they have a reclaimer system. It's running pretty much ever since they start loading that methane, and so they can reclaim it. Only a very small amount is lost. The liquid oxygen is pretty much the one that gets lost the most, along with the liquid nitrogen. The liquid nitrogen, it is used for the tank farm systems. The liquid oxygen, a little bit gets boiled off on the tanks. The majority of it just gets lost in the tower and launch mount vents when we see all of that chill down before propellant load and everything. So that needs to be replenished as well. Now, as Adrian was saying, per SpaceX, they have potentially enough commodities and enough logistics to be able to replenish the consumables for an attempt tomorrow. So hoping that the weather cooperates tomorrow. From a hardware standpoint, they had that issue yesterday on the ground support equipment on that quick disconnect arm. Today they went through the entirety of the countdown. They even tried, even after they had already assumed that they were going to be scrubbing, they went to T-minus 10 seconds just to get more data out of the rocket and the ground systems and everything. And so they're going to be trying again tomorrow, and they're going to give it a shot and see if the weather cooperates. So we'll see, but let's hope for the best.
Indeed. And above me there, I think I was today years old when I learned that Das has a brother, and apparently Das's brother is currently running the tracking rig there, following the boats as they leave the observation area. I think it's the Coast Guard. They designate like a little zone for the boats to watch from in the channel towards the port of Brownsville there, to make sure you don't want any boats violating the range. And as we heard from SpaceX today, the range was green. The range was green. The vehicle was green. The weather was red, and the weather was very, very red. It was that anvil cloud rule which violated the weather conditions for today's launch. So that is why Starship is still on the pad.
It's so sad. Acme is just putting anvils up there in the sky with that anvil cloud.
Yeah. I mean, we can still see the sun setting behind the vehicle there. Maybe if we could just waited, I don't know, an hour more. But yeah, I'm not sure, Alex, if you heard anything. I haven't looked at the forecasts yet, I will be totally honest, because I have been on the live stream. Did we hear anything from SpaceX about weather conditions for tomorrow? Did they say anything to that degree, or do we not know at this point?
I did not pay much attention to that. If they did say it, I don't recall. I was paying attention at what they said, but I did not hear anything about any weather tomorrow. But they did say that they're going to give it a try tomorrow if they can. Again, that's depending on the logistics, but they think they can try again tomorrow. Even after going through all of that propellant load sequence, as I said, they lose a little bit to boil off and whatnot. So, but that's going to be one of the things that they're going to be doing. Once they drain back all of those propellants, they're going to save the rocket, they're going to save the tank farm, all of those ground systems. They're going to open the road, and trucks of different commodities of liquid nitrogen, methane, and oxygen. They're going to be driving down Highway 4 to the launch site to get all of those replenished. But let's see. I have no idea. Do you have anything on the weather? Maybe you could go all Mr. Map. I have no idea.
I don't have any. I don't have anything on the weather because
okay.
I haven't been able to look at the forecast yet, so I couldn't really bring you any more information, unfortunately.
The scrub merch is scrubbing me. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, put the scrub merch there anyway. But at least people are buying it, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, open for the next 5
Yeah, nobody
hours.
needs to see my face. It's okay. It's pretty ugly.
I mean, the views are now looking really pretty, so it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not the views in the background, it's the views right above the tower. Those views not looking good enough for launch today, unfortunately. So we're going to keep an eye on the vehicle. Are we seeing any signs of detanking yet, or are SpaceX still holding?
Sorry, my brain.
I heard
will
Adrian.
fully be honest. I will fully be honest. There, in my brain was nothing right now. I was just like staring into the abyss.
I can do it if you want to.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so can we go back to the other wide view? It was perfect to show what I was gonna talk about. There we go. Well, it's the right-hand view, so you can see there the Pope vent, as we always talk about. It's part of the tank farm systems of the chill dam, but it is also part of that reclaimer system, the recondenser and all that. So when it is venting around this time, it's probably part of that methane offload, of course. Another thing as well. We always mention there's the tower vent, there's the OLM vent, and when they scrub or when they hold the countdown, those two come back. Now, the thing is, those vents are attached to the liquid oxygen mainline. They are there precisely because that's what they are for. So they load liquid oxygen through the pipe, and when that vent is on, that liquid oxygen, instead of going to the vehicles, it's going through the pipe, through the vent, right? It's not being loaded onto the vehicles. It's sort of like as if you had a leak on your faucet or something like that, right? It's going through there, not through the tap and everything. So that's what will be happening. Now, we are not seeing those vents. So what does that mean? That all of the liquid oxygen, if they are indeed offloading that, it should be going through the pipe. It's not being dumped or anything through any of those vents. And so that is part also of that activity of when they drain back. As I said before, they use the same lines that they use for loading propellant. And so when it's going back to the tank farm, they also close the OLM and tower vents. So that's why we're not seeing them right now.
And we are slowly depressing ourselves as we wait for the ship to depress. Wait for that propellant to get offloaded.
I've removed my glasses even.
Yeah, you can feel everybody just kind of chilling out a little bit more as the anticipation of launch leaves us. So yeah, unfortunately, it is a scrub for today. They could go for tomorrow. We'll just have to wait and see. We will be staying live for the moment to keep bringing you these live views of Starship, because at this point the vehicle is still fully fueled. It's not like as soon as SpaceX scrubs, it's like suddenly everything's detanked, everything's safe for cars to roll out. Yeah, you can't do that, right? This is equally as fueled now to the point where it was at T-minus 40 seconds, right?
Exactly.
So it's not like a sudden click of the fingers, you're done for the day, everybody goes home. There's a big long process that is now starting to get this vehicle safe, to get the pad, the launch site safe for crews to arrive. But at least on the positive side, this time around, it was purely weather. There wasn't a oxygen or methane leak or any kind of commodity leak, you know, like we saw with the ship QD yesterday with that oxygen leak. Yeah, so I think weather scrubs are more on the, you know, we don't want to see a scrub, we all want to see a launch, but at the end of the day, a weather scrub is the better scrub because, well, it doesn't mean they have to go through and fix a whole bunch of things. It just simply means, will they have enough propellant?
Yeah.
Job avoiding the merch pies there, Alex.
Sorry, I'm already rotating from left and right because this is of course meaning we also have to spool up our commentary, like our footage for tomorrow, and there's like things to get ready for that. But I mean we are complaining on a high level, right, Ryan? Like it's oh no, you have to commentate a rocket launch again.
Of the world's most powerful rocket.
Yeah, how bad of you? I hope you're disappointed.
What I'm worried about. Okay, so can I say one thing? We have these playbacks.
I mean, it's not like I can
everything.
actually stop you anyway, so.
Exactly, yeah. I'm just talking my mouth off. Yeah, when we have these playbacks and everything, because you know we have the little explainers to save us time. They are little sort of packages. Sometimes we get people in, they are new and everything. So every now and then we have a little video explaining something about either about the Starship launch or about the Starship itself. And yeah, the thing is, what videos do we run tomorrow and in which order? That's the thing that I'm thinking about now. Because I had one order on Sunday's attempt. Today I had another order, and tomorrow we'll try a different one. We'll see. But also, somebody was asking. Well, a few people are already asking in chat. You have to use at NASA Space Flight or at NSF. By the way, it doesn't pop out in our panel otherwise. But I'm still looking at it. So. Tomorrow's attempt, if they actually go for tomorrow, should be from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Central. And by the way, we can see there are the people at the beach. They seem to still enjoy the beach, even though no rocket launches.
Beach day out of it at least. They just didn't get a launch.
Yeah, yeah. That's a good thing of this place. That look, even if there's no rocket launch, at least you get the beach, right? It's like the water, the waves, the sun. Not so much now because it's sunset, but and there's clouds.
I feel.
As well.
The team at the hotel already staring at the equipment they have to take down again. Sorry.
Yeah. They had to wait for the clouds, for the weather, for the storm to clear, to set up, only to de-rig once again. But you know, third time tomorrow. At least we know how to do it this time.
Somebody reminded me in chat that I have said NROL 44 way too much on the streams, and it's starting to bite me.
I just hope that we get a quicker turnaround. Because, I think we could probably just stop talking about that particular launch of.
No, it's too funny at this point.
Yeah,
at this point, I'm committed.
There's no hydrogen to play with Starship, right? So, of course, the obligatory old man yells at crowd. This is what Jack gets for abandoning the launch stream.
Yeah, if only he was here, then he will know that we're mocking him.
This is great. I'm so happy.
There we go. Sun continuing to set behind Starship. Tank farm continuing to. Is that the Pope vent again? I can just see in the.
Yep.
Over on the right there, bottom right of the picture.
That's precisely one of the vents that Alex and I absolutely hate to see when they are close to launch. Because that vent will only start again once they move into detanking procedures. So it's always like in static fires and everything, that vent starts again and we are both like,
Yeah, it's one of those things that is not great for those who wanted to see a launch. But at least it's a good sign we're moving into detanking operations now, Alex. SpaceX has a lot of fuel to unload.
Oh yeah, they have 5,000 metric tons of propellant on this thing. It's roughly 1,000 tons of methane and 3,600 tons of liquid oxygen. So that's a lot to unload from this rocket. I think in pounds it's about 11 million pounds, if I'm not mistaken. I'm terribly sorry if I did not do the conversion right, but it's roughly 11 million pounds as well for those that use those units.
Yeah, and Sard in chat, I believe we can bring this back up again. For those of you who are just tuning in, maybe you went over to a different stream for the launch, you've just come back now, there's been a scrub. Sard asking, is this the first time a Starship launch has scrubbed twice? Adrian, at least in the full stack era, I believe it is.
That is correct. We have joked and talked about so much on this campaign how reliable Starship is to launch on the first or second attempt. And that's why we all know that this is the first time it in fact didn't launch on the first and second attempt, where they actually got into a serious attempt. Like, there's of course some technicalities here because people would be like, well, technically it had the target. Yeah, no, like actually serious attempts, 2 in a row, never scrapped so far.
Yeah, and yeah, I remember vividly all the way back to the first flight test of the full stack Starship, all the way back April 2023. Chris B was like, guys, it's going to scrub. It's going to scrub so many times. It's not going to go on the first time. It's not going to go on the second time. Get ready, 5, 6, maybe 7 scrubs. So far, it's scrubbed, 4 times total now, over 10 total missions. Even, okay, 2 scrubs in a row, we're going to be sad about it for the time being in the short term. But in the long term, for a brand new vehicle, the most powerful rocket ever manufactured, 4 scrubs for 10 missions, that would be unheard of in the shuttle program. I think the only thing maybe rivaling that, it would be Soyuz or Falcon 9. But even in the early days of Falcon 9,
it was horrible.
SpaceX was called ScrubX.
Yeah. I mean, even the first flight of Falcon 9, they went to ignite the engines, and then it was not a scrub, but they held for a while as well. They eventually launched near the end of the window. But yeah, like the first 10 launches of Falcon 9, the 10th launch, they scrubbed so many times that in one of the attempts, they did not even cover with a webcast the launch. It did not happen because it scrubbed again. And they even said this thing of like, oh, we're not going to do any more webcasts going forward because Falcon 9 launches are too common nowadays. That was the 10th launch of Falcon 9. How many flights have there been so far? More than 500. just with Falcon 9 alone. Can you imagine if SpaceX were to say now, oh, there's been too many Starship launches now, we're not going to cover them. Well, we will cover them at the very least, but they will enrage a lot of fans out there. So,
yeah, I don't think many people would be happy.
Exactly. Just like it happened at the time with Falcon 9, a lot of people were very, very worried about it, and they were yelling at SpaceX. Hi, Das.
Happy faces from the roof of the hotel.
I do. and also eating, apparently. But yeah.
Yeah. We have an interesting question here from John. Adrian, they're asking, what is an anvil cloud, and do we know what the rule is? So those anvil clouds are kind of those big overarching clouds that kind of look like an anvil. And those kind of follow the storms around. Do we know exactly what their limitations are with their anvil cloud rule? Because this is a private space. Don't get those detailed weather reports like we do with the US Space Force Space Launch Delta 45.
Yeah, usually you have a problem, especially with anvil clouds, because anvil cloud also indicate other distortion in the atmosphere, and also they have the problem with electrical fields that can pop up if you fly through them, because you can imagine an anvil cloud has a lot of particles. And flying through a lot of particles a lot of quickly can create electrical static discharge, which is something a rocket wants to avoid. So yeah, that is basically the reason why they try to avoid that if they can.
A lot of particles, a lot of quickly, a lot of friction, a lot of static, a lot of lightning, a lot of bad, a lot of undesired outcomes. That's why those rules are in place. And yeah, it's from this particular view at least, it's looked like a pretty grey, dull day. But from the other views were much prettier, much more optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the type of clouds that usually planes try to avoid. They're all the clouds that, they fly through, it's okay, just like rockets, right? But the nasty clouds, or as I say, the air being angry, those are the anvil clouds. Those are really nasty. So yeah, you don't want to go through those.
Indeed. We're just waiting patiently for this detanking procedure to continue. Detanking is underway. Confirmation of that came from the tank farm activity we saw a moment ago, which appears to be continuing. It's hard to see because the sun is kind of blowing out the shot right now. But yeah, we are.
It's a great
just
view,
waiting for these things to continue. Yeah, I mean, even the views we had last night when the photographers went back out. I mean, even Max has a print of it at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. The colour of the sky was very pretty, very, very pretty colours indeed. And we've got some wonderful photos that were good enough to go on the store. So there was one benefit to the scrub yesterday. I think the benefit so far for the scrub today is that it was purely weather. And there's no vehicle or ground infrastructure, anything like that went wrong. This is purely a cloud got in the way. That is purely how things are right now. And also, I suppose, with the scrub, it also gives you more time to get some of the Starship Flight 10 merchandise available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If you haven't gotten the patch and you want to get the patch is available. We only order an amount of them. Once they're gone, they're gone. Adrian, I don't know if we have a percentage of how many patches are currently available.
About 20%.
Oh my! So across 200 tents, we've nearly run out. Okay.
Yeah, we are running through them.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to say we are running through them.
Yeah, but if the patch itself isn't your style, we've also got it on the mug. We've got it on t-shirt, hoodie, sweater, jumper. Is that a hat? Maybe I can't tell. My preview's too small. But we've got it on many things. If that is your desire. And as you are seeing in the top right, we are also running our secret shop for the next 5 hours or so, because of course there was a scrub, so you can get some scrub merch, which is only available for the 5 hours after a scrub. You can see that countdown at the top of the store there. 4 hours 43 minutes left until the secret shop closes, and Adrian, you will be closing that secret shop. But some things that won't be closing are the metal prints. We have many prints available. as well. If you want to put a pretty picture, you see a pretty picture, you want it on your wall, you can do so. We've also got poster prints like the one you're seeing right now, available in the store if you so wish to put that on your wall. And look, those last couple photos, yeah, this was literally taken yesterday, right? So we've got some very pretty photos coming in rapid fire to the store. So if you want a picture of this very ship and this very booster, like as a physical print, metal print, paper print, framed print, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's all available for you there, and you can also get some more detailed prints as well. This awesome picture from Tyler of the engines of the ship during stacking. Some really clever, cool, technical close-ups. That was a lot of alliteration there available for you. Ooh, deep breaths. Still that adrenaline flowing out of me, I will be honest. Starting to lose it a little bit. But this sunset is certainly keeping us going for the time being. Imagine a launch in these conditions. Just imagine a launch. Maybe a little bit less cloud and this pretty of a sunset. I mean, I have to say, I've been fortunate enough to go to Starbase a couple times. Starbase sunsets, I don't know the scientific reason behind it, but they are, without a doubt, the prettiest sunsets. There is no competition. I'm sorry, there is no competition.
I'm sure there's a few, at least in
no competition,
in
Alex.
orangeness.
There's no competition.
I mean, I hate how beautiful it is. I feel like
oh,
go
yeah,
home
Dan.
close. I feel like this would have been okay. Like this feels like they could have probably potentially launched in this.
And we are getting a tweet from Dan from SpaceX Communications. Go home, clouds. Nobody likes you. We like the clouds from the tank farm, the clouds on the ground. They're good clouds, okay? We want them clouds.
Yeah.
Before the launch, not after the launch. But the clouds in the sky, they're the bad clouds. We don't want them. We don't want those clouds. We want those clouds to go away. I concur with this sentiment. Go home, clouds. Fingers crossed the clouds go home tomorrow. I mean, again, this is kind of the deal with this time of year in this area of the world. Alex, I believe 24 hours, I don't know when we got the report, but there was a report many hours ago that SpaceX said the weather was 55% go, and then I believe that dropped to 30% go during the webcast.
I believe so.
Yeah, these things are just kind of caused by storms that pop out of nowhere, really, don't they? It's difficult to forecast. We won't know exactly when the rainstorms will be, where they will be at a specific time, right? They just kind of pop up out of nowhere, and you have to deal with them as they come. Yes, Ryan, we have to deal with them as they come.
Ryan. So you can really tell. You can so much tell.
We are already in live stream preparation for tomorrow. In fact,
you can also tell that the adrenaline crash. I mean, Ryan, we are all going through it. So it's a thing.
I'm sure chat is going through it as well.
Yeah, I mean, but are you excited, chat, to do this tomorrow again? Like, are we hyped? It's another 9 hours plus of content that you get to us. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah. Who doesn't want to listen to us for another, 9-hour launch stream? Who doesn't want that? I would do that. Maybe not if Alex was on the whole thing. If Alex was on the whole thing, I'd probably, tune into someone else.
Ryan.
But either way, okay. I will go away and run to the support queue, which, Starship was about to launch, so I do apologise.
Dear.
Support queue is over 99 minutes behind.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, dear.
We're gonna be here for another hour.
Are we in for a support speed run, everybody? Because there is a lot of support for me to hit, and I might have not been paying attention. So let's kick things off.
Hit it.
Over 100 minutes ago, Paul Webb with the $25 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, using tips.nasaspaceflight.com. So you get all of my humble contribution. Go Starship. Unfortunately, it didn't go, but thank you so much for your support, Paul. And yes, tips.nasaspaceflight.com is a direct way to support us if you don't want any of the if you don't want a cut going to Google or anyone like that. That's a direct way to support us. Thank you so much. KCJ Bomber with the $20 super chat asking, I still don't understand how the Soviets could launch in a blizzard, but an extra fuzzy cloud can stop a Starship. I mean, I'll just pause on that for a moment, Alex. Is it the different way that the rockets are built, or is it just a different mentality to dealing with weather? I mean, we've even seen in the modern day, they'll launch Soyuz when it's snowing. Like, I don't think that would ever happen in the United States.
A little bit of column A and a little bit of column B here, because we've got also Soyuz. It's derived from an intercontinental ballistic missile, an ICBM, and that was the R-7 Semyorka back in 1957, if I'm not mistaken. So like, it goes way back, right? So it's also meant to launch in all kinds of weather as well, because, you know, at the time in the Cold War, well, if nuclear war was going to happen, they're not going to be waiting for, oh, the clouds, we need to clear it out and everything, right? I mean, I know nobody likes war and all that, but if you put yourself in the mentality of a person that, you know, needs to do all that, then it's like, oh, we're getting rained on by the U.S. with their own nuclear bombs, and now here we are waiting for the weather to clear. Of course not. An ICBM, they don't have to wait for any of that, right? So of course they can launch in all kinds of weather. They also have a different mentality in that sort of sense where we go. I'm doing it on purpose. So I have Kevin here in my ear saying that I'm giving a long answer for just one of the many things
Alex,
of
if
support.
you will answer every single of these support queues with a 4-minute answer, I know your address.
We will be
I'm not
here.
doing this
we
for
won't
everything.
Stop. If you continue doing this, we literally will be doing live coverage overnight until the launch window opens tomorrow with Alex answers.
Don't say that, because people are going to dare us to do that.
Yeah.
Starbase Live 24/7, nsf.live/Starbase. There you go. Alex can go on Raptor side and do his 4-minute long Alex answers over there. Hopefully, Casey Bobber, that answered your question there. I'm going to keep speed running. Icarus, sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Thank you very much for the support there. Corey as well, saying to infinity and beyond. Unfortunately, we didn't go beyond today, but fingers crossed we do get some launching action soon. Charles, thank you very much for the support. Dave Avery watching live from the Rocket Ranch. $50 super chat. Thank you very much for the support, Dave. And yeah, unfortunately, no launch to see from the Rocket Ranch, but yeah, the outpost, one of the closest places you can get in public viewing, unless you work for SpaceX. David, thank you very much for the $20 super chat, saying it's great to see the gang back together. Unfortunately, not for another launch. Oscar has become PADRAP member. Ken gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Peter gifting 50 Red Team memberships. We must be over 500 Red Team memberships gifted over this stream alone, and this is the second stream of this flight campaign. Like bonkers. Or actually, technically the fourth stream, because of course we do our stakeout stream, which launches into the launch stream. Bonkers support. Thank you guys so much. People who might not necessarily have the means to join the member program, you know, disposable income isn't really something everybody has nowadays. I mean, just thank you so much. Hundreds of people have access to the behind the scenes multi-views, behind the scenes, listen to Kevin in your ear multi-views. That's all available to our members. Thank you so much for the support. Dave with the $10 super chat. Thank you very much, saying hit the like button. I agree with that, Dave. We also have some people who are PADRAT levels as well. Moses, thank you so much for the support. Two Lone Dogs, no message, but $20 support. Thank you so much. Yargo, thank you very much. It's cool to see our streams in schools as always, because, you know, what's one way to inspire the next generation? I would have loved to watch a Starship launch when I was in school. Unfortunately, I tried to this is a short story. Back in 2019, I think the first operational Starlink launch, I tried to convince my geography teacher to put the launch on the screen. They said no. So not very good. But Artisan, thank you very much for the support. They said they've received their shrug patch. Very cool. Adrian, I'm still waiting for my shrug patch, by the way. When's my shrug patch getting here? Can I have my shrug patch?
You have the disadvantage of living on the other side of the Atlantic, so it takes a few more days.
Oh, pedantics. Along this with the $250 super chat. Oh my. They say dinner is on me, Mr. Musk. Unfortunately, that doesn't go to Elon. That goes to nasaspaceflight.com. But thank you very much for that support. That is, like, we've been getting multiple 3-digit super chats throughout the last 48 hours. Like, more than we could ever ask for. And it's like, I am actually stunned to speechlessness by the amount of support we've been getting through super chats, through tips, through the store. This is, you know, it's. I feel like every single flight it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's frying our brains. If the scrub didn't fry our brains already, the support is frying our brains. Thank you so much for that support. We had Jay Miles with the $20 Canadian support. Thank you so much. JK Video, $10 saying go Starship. Fingers crossed it goes tomorrow. KCJ Bomber in chat again with the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Stark J with the $10. Thank you. Mindaugus, sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly. Thank you very much for the support there. Is that Danish kroner? I'm not sure. The support nonetheless. Reason with the £10. Thank you so much for the support. Jeremiah becoming a member as well. Mac G, $50 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, saying much love you all, Das. I only just now realised how tall you are. Maybe the camera, I don't want to be mean, but maybe the camera was doing some trickery there, considering Jack needed a box next to Gene. I'll leave it at that. Rick Skinner, thank you very much for the $20 support. They're saying cheesecake party. Unfortunately, no cheesecake party today. Adrian, I hope your cheesecake isn't going off in the fridge.
Yeah, that actually is a consideration I'm starting to have. Like, at what point do I need to call my losses here and eat that cheesecake before launch? I bought it very optimistically. That's what I'd like to act.
Yeah. Space Pope always in chat. Space Pope, thank you very much, Space Pope, in your holiness, saying Pope is go. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't. So we couldn't launch today. Dave for the $5, thank you so much. Methane Man, thank you for the $10. I mean, people are literally giving us money to tell other people to press the like button. We're meant to tell people to press the like button. That doesn't make any sense, but thank you for the support nonetheless. Morosco with the $10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. No message, but just thank you so much for the support. Like, people are doing super chats, not because they want to question us, but just because they want to support us, which is bonkers. Per 3110, $10 support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. $100 super chat from DOD Father, just saying go. Unfortunately, that wasn't strong enough to push the anvil cloud out of the way. But again, 3-digit super chat. So many of them. And that's not the only one, because literally immediately following it, KCJ Bomber again with another $100 super chat.
How?
I'm stuttering here. The support is bonkers. The support is absolutely bonkers. We are so grateful. Aaron has become a Capcom member. It keeps going. Aaron's become a Capcom member. You now get access to the member Discord if you want to see some of the abominations Jack calls bagels. Benetherius, sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Douglas, thank you so much for the $10 support. It's so... And to hear, my favourite space reporters, that means quite a lot, because we take this stuff very seriously. We try to do the best job. Matt with the $5, thank you so much. They're saying that they'll support $500.
No. I appreciate it, but no.
Yeah. How many answers? How many Alex answers? Okay, moving on. But seriously, Matt, thank you so much.
Funny story right now. The reason why Alex doesn't want to be a camera is because he has a crazy hiccup right now, and I'm constantly watching him jump in his seat every few seconds.
I'm hiccuping every now and then. I don't even know why.
There we go. Go ahead, Ryan.
Charles with the $2 super chat. And this is actually an interesting question. Why can't SpaceX launch right now? Adrian, I know there's a lot of reasons we could go into, but, for those who might not be aware, the weather looks clearer now. Why can't they just launch?
Because they have a previously scheduled window. They cannot just potentially close the airspace somewhere in a giant window of 24 hours. Also, they cannot just lock the village down for multiple days and lock Highway 4 down for multiple days. At some point, you're affecting a lot of people. So they have previously determined windows. And also it has to do with certain lighting conditions they want, because they want to be able to watch this launch in daylight And of course, once they are moving into other lighting conditions, that most likely also doesn't fulfill their launch criteria anymore.
Indeed. And one final piece of support at the end of the 100-minute queue. Reese Jones has become a Red Team member. Thank you very much for that, Reese. Yeah, whew. End of the queue, finally. That only took, I've lost track how long that took, but it took a little bit of while. I think we're now 47 minutes into the scrub. But there we go. There we go. I believe, I'm not sure, I'm going to be really mean to Kevin now. I'm not sure if we're ready to prepare it, but I believe we have the streams already scheduled for tomorrow for our stakeout stream and our launch
They are
stream.
already,
so Adrian.
They're already pinned in the channel, I think, but in the chat by Chris
amazing.
Bergen.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we going to be doing the same schedule for tomorrow? So T-minus 9 hours for our stakeout stream, T-minus 3 hours for our launch stream. If you guys haven't had another day already in chat, you can come and do it all again tomorrow, because we will be too.
Yep, that is the plan. I also want to quickly mention that we have a behind-the-scenes video rolling, a behind-the-scenes for members, and I can confirm from Kevin that after this we will hang out probably like 15 or so more minutes, do a bit of a members Q&A hangout while we plan. So if you wanna hear that, just quickly mentioning that as well. And there you can see both streams already scheduled. Jesus, that's in like
see where it says
15
notify
hours.
me. You can go click those two.
Yes.
You can go to our homepage or even the live tab. There we go. And you have to do that in order to be able to get notified when we go live. Even though you know
So-
we are going to go live, but you know,
Yes.
just in case you need a reminder.
Just as a double super extra safe reminder, you know,
Exactly.
you don't want to. I'm not speaking from experience or anything, but you don't want to think you're going to, I don't know, press a record button on a certain thing and think, oh, I don't want the file size to be too big, so I'll go press that button later. Go press the notification button now so you don't forget, because you want to be notified when the stakeout stream starts and when the launch stream starts. Adrian, I'll throw it to you.
Yeah, and absolutely also keep attention to our socials, because we don't know if SpaceX will attempt tomorrow. Like, that's our assumption right now. But there could be a situation where that might not be the case. So if you like Facebook or X or Instagram or TikTok or Blue Sky, make sure to follow our the relative channels that you prefer. We have all kinds of options. And depending on what you like there, we will able to be notifying you about when something happens, and you will be getting up-to-date constant posts when we are not live. It's the best way to stay up-to-date.
And also, I'm just now looking at my amazing Next Spaceflight app on my phone. It says Launch Scrub. You can enable notifications. There's like a bell, just like on YouTube. You can enable notifications as well for channels. You can also do that going to the specific launch. You can click the bell and get notified whenever the launch time gets updated. So whenever you want to be also updated on that, you can have it on your phone, Next Spaceflight app, and there's also a website as well that you can check out on your computer, phone, whatever. It's available also online on your browser. So there you go. All the plugs.
All the things, all the things. Next Spaceflight. Yeah, I'm not just saying this. Like, we genuinely, inside NSF, use Next Spaceflight to keep up to date on all the launches. And I believe that is the answer to the question I've been asking for the last 20 minutes. It feels like we're about to get played out here. Adrian, unfortunately, there wasn't a launch, so we don't have to go through the entire list of thanking everybody involved in the stream. But very briefly, in the background, producing the stream, Kevin, Michael, Reed, Jay Keegan, Carson back there as well, pushing buttons. Of course, all the Starbase Live operators moving cameras for us and pointing the cameras where we want cameras to be pointed. And on the stream earlier, of course, we had, from the hotel roof, Das on the roof. We had Jack Beyer on the roof. Jack Beyer hosting the stream a little while earlier as well. And in the studio with me, Adrian, thank you so much for joining me for this second attempt of Starship Flight 10.
Third time's the charm tomorrow. We'll do it again.
Alex as well joining us, also providing the super duper extra unnecessarily long answers. Thank you so much for providing
So do
your
you
technical
think
insight.
we can launch Starship now in this weather?
I mean, look, sunset, it's pretty. Look at this, beautiful views, beautiful views. And the views will continue over on Starbase Live, our 24/7 live stream from SpaceX's Boca Chica production and launch facility, literally on the side of a public highway. Yes, the side of a public highway. You can watch those views 24/7. NSF.live/Starbase. That's also visible on our YouTube channel homepage. And with that, my name's been Ryan Caton. Fingers crossed. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody.
So about those launch dates, I think that may delay a bit.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good. Following up.
Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside of speed off. Bring in SECO off. It's orange! R45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! Look at this! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting flare, correct? Ship 36 just blew up.
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.